The wills of several titans rolled out with frightening force. Over half of the Heavenly Mandate City was able to sense that terrifying pressure of the Great Path, which felt like pressure from the heavens, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy was at the center. Countless cultivators looked at the sky right away, wondering what had happened. The people of the Heavenly Mandate realm were no longer surprised by such phenomena anymore. There had been too many extremely formidable people in recent years. Many of them were from the realm itself, and there had even been super battles before. Everyone knew that the origin realm was a realm within a realm, so they were no longer be as shocked as they used to be. However, they noted that the terrifying pressure seemed to have emanated from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they wondered, since when had so many terrifying people gathered at the Academy? There were cultivators somewhere else in the city, and one of them emanated a terrifying aura. He looked up, and his eyes seemed to have seen right through space and watched right above the Academy, looking into what was going inside. He couldn't help but frown somewhat. There seemed to be two very powerful cultivators added to the side of the Academy, and those two were people he had never seen before, whom he deduced to be from other realms. The wills of both parties clashed and parted. Back at the Academy, Futian looked at Emperor Nan. Old Ma then mumbled, "There seem to be many forces within this city." "Right." Emperor Nan nodded. "There are indeed several forces." "So, that was them?" Futian then asked Emperor Nan, who shook his head instead. "I could only say that they're in this as well. The Dark Court forces came before, then those of the Divine Prefecture. Yet those of Divine Prefecture are just like those of the Dark Court, as both wanted to destroy and plunder the Heavenly Mandate realm. In the eyes of such cultivators, the 9 supreme imperial realms were like a treasure trove. But they didn't just go all out right away, only voicing their intention to take the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so as to take control of the realm first." Emperor Nan elaborated further, causing Futian to feel cold deep inside. The Dark Court came to the origin realm, and the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture should have repelled the ones from the Dark Court. Yet, that was not how things went. The forces from the Divine Prefecture all had their own agendas, and they were all thinking about plundering the realm as well. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had long become the symbol of the Heavenly Mandate realm. With the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty annihilated, the 10,000 Divine Mountain, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and the forces of the Demon Realm had all aligned with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Brahma's pure sky had actually long lost its influence, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy became the undisputed ruling force of the realm. Seizing the Academy would be equal to seizing the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, and those forces would be able to do as they pleased by then. "That is to say that there are a lot of forces who are in this then?" Futian asked. Emperor Nan nodded. "A battle broke out above the Academy just a month ago. Many forces joined that battle, and Lord Taishian put his life on the line to repel them. He succeeded in intimidating them, causing them to give up for the time being. My current level of powers meant that going all out would be of little help. It was due to reinforcements from all sides coming to the Academy's aid that ended up intimidating those people, preventing those foreign forces from slaughtering everyone there. Now, be it the Dou tribe, the Xiao clan, or the Yuanyang clan, everyone was having a hard time. Our former enemies are now leaning on all of them," said a voice. Lord Taishian and the others were walking up to them. Lord Taishian then added, "The origin realm is going to see change, and everything may be reshuffled. Unlike the years before, this is reshuffling in its truest sense, and I have no way of telling if the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be able to stay around in the realm." It was apparent that Lord Taishian was feeling pessimistic about things. There were simply too many foreign forces coming in, and some were indeed very terrifying. Worse still, from the looks of the recent turn of events, the origin realm might become a battlefield. There was no telling how many innocent lives from the origin realm would be lost. "That one that just hit us is in this. Are they from the Divine Prefecture too?" Futian asked. "Yeah, a titan from the Divine Prefecture indeed. The leading figure is extremely powerful, every bit on par with Emperor Nan." Lord Taishian nodded. Emperor Nan confirmed what he just said. Futian sighed. He had learned this firsthand many years ago. Be it the Song Imperial Palace, the Holy Land of Taichu, the Shun clan of the Upper Worlds, or the Sun God Mountain, all looked down on the Origin Realm. The way they saw it, the Origin Realm was a lower world and one that was sealed. As such, they showed little restraint and did as they pleased. After making their move against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they dared to stay in Heavenly Mandate City itself, probably knowing that the Academy wouldn't dare to do anything against them. Yi Futian then turned his eyes at Duan Tianxiong and said, "Could you look into their background for us, Senior?" Duan Tianxiong was the lord of the ancient royal family of Duan, reigning supreme somewhere. He was of middle third heavens of the Shangqing domain. His breadth of knowledge meant that he would know a lot better about the many forces from the divine prefecture. Sure. Duan Tianxiong spread his will out, enveloping the entire place and coming right above the place where that other party was. The cultivators over there frowned, especially the leading figure. He looked far away and saw a spectral face up in the sky, which was none other than that of Duan Tianxiong. He then said with a booming voice, "I'm of the Duan clan of Shangqing domain. May I know where you are from, sir?" The leading figure had a terrifying presence. He looked up at that face and replied casually, "Mithraism of the Tongtian domain." Duan Tianxiong looked at the figure and then gradually disappeared. He then told Yi Futian back at the academy, "Mithraism of the Tongtian domain of the 18 domains. They are not quite considered top-notch among those found in the divine prefecture. Middle class, I'd say. According to what I could speculate, that would be on par with the ancient royal family of Duan. The Mithraism Hierophant is the more powerful among them, and he probably is here personally." Understood. Yi Futian nodded. He then looked at the ones around him, especially those considered top-notch. The allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were anything but weak, and one of the reasons they were bullied was because the foreign forces were more numerous, and they didn't care much for the native forces. Other than that, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had a lot of enemies and restraints. The academy was right there in the city and had a lot of cultivators in it. In contrast, the foreign forces had all brought only a group of their own people, which meant they had little to care about. At present, the one very top-notch figure by his side was Lord Taishen, whose injuries were to such extent that he could be taken out of the equation. Other than Lord Taishen, there was also Emperor Nan, the Sky River Great Elder, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, as well as Old Ma. Even without Duan Tianxiong, they would still stand a chance of killing one top-notch figure. Are there any other top-notch figures other than the Mithraism Hierophant, or are there any other forces affiliated with them? Yi Futian then asked Duan Tianxiong telepathically. Duan Tianxiong's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at Yi Futian. He could tell from Yi Futian's words what Yi Futian meant. Probably none. Duan Tianxiong then answered, "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? Old Ma is versed with spatial powers, meaning that he could lock down the battlefield. I'm thinking, in that case, the rest of you seniors will be able to get the fight done quickly," Yi Futian answered telepathically. Duan Tianxiong's eyes glittered. Theoretically speaking, with so many formidable ones taking on a single person, they should be able to securely deal a crushing blow if they were to go all out, which meant that it would indeed be possible for them to fight and get rid of the enemy quickly. Furthermore, the Heavenly Mandate City was not actually huge, and there were other top-notch forces around. There was then the concern about the other forces coming to the aid of those of Mithraism if they were to act against the members of that cult. It would be a lot of trouble heading their way if they were not to kill the enemy. "Have you thought about what happens if we fail?" Duan Tianxiong asked. "We would have still succeeded in intimidating them even if we fail. They weren't that concerned when they acted out against the Heavenly Mandate Academy back then," Yi Futian said without much care. There were no other forces back at Shangqing Domain that dared to touch the Four-Corner Village without hesitation. If the other forces from Divine Prefecture were to look into it, they would be as wary of the Four-Corner Village as well. After all, the battle which the Master fought right outside of the village brought an absolute intimidation factor. Duan Tianxiong played the scenario out in his mind. If they were to act at the same time, they would give the enemy a lesson that they wouldn't forget, even they were to fail. That would prevent the enemy from retaliating without hesitation in the future. If the operation were to succeed, that would be the end of Mithraism, and there would no longer be any loose ends. There were concerns with the Imperial Palace, but since it was the other party that attacked in the first place, There was nothing much the imperial palace could say about it. As such, although Yi Futian's thoughts were bold, they were doable. If you really do intend to do this, I can help you stall the other forces and buy you some time, Duan Tianxiong said. The other forces will definitely show up if they were to act. He would be able to buy Yi Futian and the others some time if he were to stall those other forces. If they succeed in killing the Hierophant, they would be able to shock everyone around. Thank you, Yi Futian said. Both communicated telepathically, yet Emperor Nan and the others were perceptive enough to tell more or less what was going on and that Yi Futian seemed to be in some kind of discussion. Yi Futian communicated his thoughts to them telepathically afterward, causing Emperor Nan, Lord Taishan, and the others to take a good look at him. What he proposed was a bold move. With so many powerful foreign forces showing up and so many forces having taken them on before, that move would have probably triggered something and was indeed risky. However, it was worth a try nonetheless. Intimidating the foreign forces aside, they saw it imperative to take revenge for the serious injuries that they had inflicted on Lord Taishan. This is feasible, Emperor Nan voiced his agreement. Emperor Nan had been something deemed capable of slaying gods many years ago. He had been behaving himself for many years, especially after his daughter, Nan Luotian, was born. With the origin realm now in peril, he deemed that it was time to cast away some of his restraints. The group in the Heavenly Mandate Academy came to a decision during that telepathic discussion. Yi Futian rose and left the place with old Ma and those from the village following right behind him. Emperor Nan, Duan Tianxiong, and the others remained behind in the academy instead of following them. Yi Futian was to get there first, the rest would show up later. While Heavenly Mandate City was quite vast, it was not that huge of a place for people like Yi Futian. All of them got to the air and flew at blitzing speeds, reaching the place where the cultivators of Mithraism were before long. The people of Mithraism all sat there. The Hierophant was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. It dazzled under the sunlight. His hair was tied up, and he looked magnificent. He then took a look at old Ma and knew that the man was anything but ordinary. That man was one of the top-notch fighters just like him. All the others following behind were powerful as well, which surprised him somewhat. He had never seen those people around in Heavenly Mandate City, speculating that those people were from the Divine Prefecture. The ancient royal family of Duan from the Shangqing domain was there as well. The only thing that he was oblivious to was what those people had to do with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Greetings, Mithraism Hierophant. My name is Yi Futian. Yi Futian greeted the Hierophant while staying in midair. Yi Futian. The Hierophant felt that the name sounded rather familiar, it was like he had heard it somewhere in the Void Realm. At that moment, some cultivators in the area were feeling very shocked, with their sight nailed at that silver-haired young man. They were not the only ones, with many other powerful cultivators saw it when Yi Futian was making it his way there from the academy. There were a lot of other Renhuang realm figures appearing far away, looking where Yi Futian was. They were all very shocked. Yi Futian had actually survived that battle 20 years ago. He had returned. Countless cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm bore witness to that battle. Almost everyone in the city saw that intense battle taking place in the air, and they all wondered, how did Yi Futian manage to survive? That legendary being, who had been very renowned among the 9 realms 20 years ago, was thought to be an unparalleled genius who had been dead for 20 years. Yet, there he was, standing alive and well before everyone. There was lots of chatter going around. The Hierophant scanned the area with his will and sensed that countless people were talking about Yi Futian. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. Looking at that silver-haired young man in midair, he asked, "You seem to be famous in this city." "I'm famous not only in the Heavenly Mandate City. 20 years ago, I was famous in the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, and even the 9 realms," Yi Futian answered while standing in midair. Wills were sensed scanning that place at that moment. It was apparent that many cultivation forces were paying attention to what was happening over there. While Yi Futian sounded like he was talking big, everyone from the city knew that he was telling nothing but the truth. There was literally no cultivator in the Heavenly Mandate realm who didn't know of Yi Futian's name. The Hierophant looked at him. Yi Futian continued, I was the one who pushed for the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy more than 20 years ago. I was the one who consolidated the forces of the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, making the Academy the holy land for cultivation throughout the realm. Your level of training more than 20 years ago shouldn't be that high. It'd be rather extraordinary of you to be capable of such achievements, the Hierophant said. He was naturally able to sense Yi Futian's level 6 of Renhuang realm. That meant that Yi Futian probably wasn't at the level he was currently at 20 years ago. I was doing fine. I heard that you came from the Divine Prefecture, sir, and that you acted against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian then added. So? The Hierophant looked up at Yi Futian with very pointed eyes. There seemed to be a very powerful force washing all over the place in that instant, shrouding over Yi Futian and making him feel stifled. Nothing much. I've just returned from the Divine Prefecture as well, and I'm curious just how powerful Mithraism from the Tongtian domain actually is, seeing how you dare to do as you please in Origin Realm. Yi Futian added, as such, I'd like to see if there's anyone from your cult considered capable. Several people around the Hierophant, who were all at the Renhuang realm, emanated a very powerful presence. There was even an elder who was at level 9, who harbored an extremely frightening aura. All of them looked up at Yi Futian, noting that the young man was indeed there asking for trouble, wanting to fight someone at the Renhuang realm from the cult. The cultivators of the city far away were all shaken to their core, seeing how Yi Futian went on to challenge Mithraism, who had acted against the Heavenly Mandate Academy right after he returned. Who among you will heed the challenge? The Hierophant sat where he was and asked everyone casually, seemingly unfazed by what was happening. Nothing much could happen with him in charge, after all. Someone who was at level 7 of Renhuang realm rose to the air. His eyes were filled with fiery divine light, and they emanated a frightening aura. Old Ma and the others backed away, making space for Yi Futian and the cultivator who just emerged. Boom! A frightening might of the great path washed all over the place, shrouding over Yi Futian. The sky seemed to have been shrouded by the flames right away, and a terrifying ring of fire appeared right above Yi Futian, which turned into a terrifying region of flames. The flames roared and shot at Yi Futian right away. All eyes were on Yi Futian. However, he didn't bother evading and simply stood his ground until the roaring flames engulfed him altogether. That cultivator at level 7 of Renhuang realm glared at Yi Futian, wondering if he had a death wish. The flames were destructive as they surrounded Yi Futian. However, he looked like he was simply basking in the flames, standing quietly in the air, letting the flames engulf him without moving a muscle. That's all? Yi Futian asked with a calm tone. Yet, those two words were like a massive insult. That cultivator at level 7 of Renhuang realm then conjured a terrifying sun halo. Beams of divine light shot from it, and he seemed to have turned into a sun god. He then stepped out and threw a palm attack at Yi Futian, which looked like it could shroud and burn down the skies. The intense heat from the palm attack was terrifying. Yet, he saw that Yi Futian simply remained standing around like he saw nothing. That cultivator from Mithraism was very formidable in the cult, and he had never been belittled before. That terrifying palm attack blasted out right away, and Yi Futian simply extended his hand and clapped at it calmly. Boom! The flames were extinguished right away, and the palm attack was shattered. That man was sent flying backward and spitting blood. All of his internal organs felt like they had been ruptured by that one attack, and his aura got increasingly weak by the second. What happened caused several cultivators at the Renhuang realm from the cult to stand up while staring at Yi Futian. Towering aura washed all over the place, putting extreme pressure over the sky. Yi Futian was then seen scanning those people, and the look in his eyes remained filled with contempt. None of them felt like a threat to him. So, this is a force from the Divine Prefecture, then? You're welcome to come at me all at once, he then said. The Hierophant wore a cold expression right there and then. He was naturally able to sense that while Yi Futian was only at level 6, his great path was perfect. Yi Futian's current level of powers had fully enabled him to fight common cultivators at level 8 of Renhuang realm. Overbearing auras burst, and several cultivators at Renhuang realm came right at Yi Futian. Old Ma flashed and came to the side of the Hierophant, causing the Hierophant to turn his eyes at him. However, Old Ma had no intention of making a move. He simply looked at the sky and said, "They probably aren't a match for him, after all." Those cultivators charged at Yi Futian, who burst with frightening pressure from his body. He took a step out into the sky, and divine light glittered on his body, like a divine body shining with a dazzling glow. He looked at those people coming at him, and he remained unflinching. Kill. All of them were onto him soon enough, and terrifying palm attacks were thrown at him right away. Boom. Extremely terrifying might washed all over the place. The attacks blasted onto his body right away, yet his body simply burst with an unparalleled, blinding aura. Those who charged at him were shocked to see what happened, noting that they failed to make him budge at all. At the very next moment, a terrifying spatial storm formed around his body, and he was seen shooting upwards. All of those cultivators felt as if their bodies had been put under lockdown, shooting into the clouds alongside him. Boom! The Hierophant stood up, and his powers reached unbelievable heights in an instant, extending his hand right away to grab at Yi Futian, who was in the sky. A spatial divine beam emerged. It shrouded the entire place, blocking his move. Old Ma then appeared right above him. Boom! Old Ma waved, and the people from the village disappeared right away. He continued to rise to the sky at the same time. The Hierophant stepped into the air, causing the place to rumble as he shot to great heights. It didn't take them long to reach the sky above the heavenly mandate city. Countless cultivators turned to look at where they were at once. Yi Futian stopped and looked down. Several mighty ones from the four-corner village made their move as the Hierophant shot to the skies, making their way to the surrounding areas right away. The Hierophant sensed towering might and scanned around him. He then saw frightening spatial powers around him, locking down the area he was in like some kind of divine walls. It was then that he realized that Yi Futian hadn't been there to fight those cultivators at Renhuang Realm, they were there for him. Those top-notch figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy intended to hunt him down, and he never expected that those people would actually have the guts to hunt him down right before the many cultivation forces around them. A towering aura swept all over above the Heavenly Mandate City, with several terrifying powers bursting in several different directions. A storm whipped up in the sky in an instant, causing all cultivators in the city to be in shock as the storms swept past. Some who were of weaker training were reduced to trembling in fear under all that pressure, lying on all fours right away. How insolent! A voice reverberated in the air. Those from top-notch forces, who were out to watch a show, saw that those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were actually out to hunt down the Hierophant of Mithraism, and they were all in shock. Quite a number of cultivation forces had acted against the Academy back then. If those people from the Academy actually managed to kill the Hierophant, it would mean that those people would be coming for them next. With that being said, all of them sensed danger right away. So, they burst with terrifying might in the air as well. However, the Academy had been prepared for such a scenario. Duan Tianxiong made his move right after those from the Academy made their move. He rose into the air, and a terrifying spectre of a heavenly god overlaid his body. It was as if that spectre had melded with him and made him a god as well. Frightening rumbles were heard, and the place was placed in a lockdown. It was like a heavenly fortress was shrouding the vast space and covering the battlefield. What he needed to do was but to stall them for some time for Yi Futian and the others to get enough time to finish the hunt. The others had naturally made their moves when Duan Tianxiong made his move. The handful of titans attacked at the same time the Hierophant of Mithraism realized that he was being targeted. Old Ma stood high in the air, and countless spatial gates appeared on him as he made his way to the Hierophant. The gates seemed to be out of throw the Hierophant into the spatial turbulences. The Hierophant glittered all over and became like a true god. The divine light of the sun burned the skies and conjured a terrifying destructive power with him at the center. He kept moving forward, and the gates continued to burn as he moved. However, he seemed to be thrown into a chaotic space at that moment, with countless spatial gates circling around him. Boom! He raised his hand and attacked the spatial gates. That massive palm attack of his destroyed everything in its path, yet at the same time, the others around him attacked as well. The divine sword Qinghe burst with brilliant bluish-green divine light, tearing everything in its path and destroyed that incoming palm attack from the Hierophant as well, then kept moving in an unstoppable manner. Sky River Great Elder, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, and a divine monument came at the Hierophant at the same time, making it look like the space that he occupied was about to collapse. Boom! A terrifying divine fiery stream swept all over the place. The Hierophant put his hands together, looking like he was praying, and a burst of unparalleled force shot to the clouds. It burst through the spatial gates, looking like it was about to break through the divine walls on the outside. Divine light shrouded the Hierophant, and he seemed to have changed altogether, looking like some god. A massive idol of the sun god appeared in front, and the sun god looked like it would destroy everything as its divine flames burst, snuffing out any other power of the great path and reducing everything to dust. The stream spread all over the place and destroyed all of the spatial gates around with the divine light of flames. The Hierophant was naturally aware of what he was dealing with at the moment. His life was on the line, and he had to give it his all to fight. Several attacks that came at him were all repelled. Even Emperor Nan's divine sword Qinghe had to evade the Hierophant's might. The Hierophant was indeed mighty and was incredibly capable. He was still at the perfection of the great path of the Renhuang realm, meaning that his combat prowess was extremely powerful. As far as one-on-one battles were concerned, none of the few attacking him dared to claim that they could beat him. Boom! Terrifying rumbles were heard on the outside, and the divine walls began cracking, making it clear that there were frightening battles taking place outside as well. Several formidable ones had acted against Duan Tianxiong at that moment, intending to get inside the walls. While Duan Tianxiong was indeed formidable, having to seal the place with his might of the great path while holding all those people back was difficult. He could only hold on for so long. Old Ma and the others took a look at the sun god idol. They were able to sense its might. They knew right there and then that it would be challenging to complete the hunt quickly. That sun god idol lit up the entire place, and the divine light emanating from it was powerful enough to tear everything in its path. "Make your move," Old Ma said, and spatial divine light lit up all over him as soon as he finished. He flashed and disappeared from where he stood right away, appearing right before that terrifying sun god idol. They all went right before the Hierophant. That was a distance that beings at their level could ignore altogether. Voom! The spatial divine light drowned out that sun god idol right away. Boundless spatial halos surged from Old Ma, surrounding that sun god idol and everything around it, including himself. A frightening, destructive power burst from inside. "Get moving." Emperor Nan and the others realized what Old Ma was doing. He was going all out to help Futian finish the operation. He was using his own might of the great path to devour that towering, magnificent sun god idol. The Hierophant shouted angrily. His hands remained closed in midair. The towering divine flames were about to tear every power of the great path apart, emerging out of that spatial storm. The frightening spatial storm continued to burn and looked like it could collapse at any given moment. The divine power of the Hierophant's great path surged inside. Boom! A terrifying palm attack blasted and the Hierophant counterattacked by extending his hand to attack. His palm attack of the sun was terrifying, and it clashed with what was coming from the Sky River Great Elder. A terrifying divine tower shattered the divine light high up in the sky, and the Hierophant outward blasted with his other hand. At the same time, Emperor Nan's divine sword Qinghe came at the Hierophant yet again. Boom! A frightening rumble was heard, and Duan Tianxiong, who was outside, was eventually unable to hold any longer. The walls were destroyed, and everyone out there saw that massive space inside. They then saw blinding divine light stinging their eyes. The divine light of the sun blasted out in a frenzy. Yet, a divine sword capable of shattering everything hit the Hierophant. The Hierophant let out a pained roar as his power of the sun blasted Emperor Nan and the others. However, divine sword Qinghe went on to tear everything in its path, and that magnificent tower in the sky rained down the light of calamity, shattering the Hierophant's body bit by bit. A spectral figure appeared and looked like it was about to run, yet Emperor Nan and the others were not about to give him that chance, tearing that apart alongside what they were already destroying. No, an anguished roar reverberated throughout the entire heavenly mandate city, shaking the sky. Countless cultivators from the city looked up, seeing blinding beams of divine light emanating. It was as if something had just been destroyed. The hearts of countless people raced, wondering if a top-notch figure had just been killed. On the battlefield, Emperor Nan and the others were all repelled, yet their eyes were all set in one direction, the place where Old Ma was. A destructive, fiery aura was sensed from Old Ma at that moment. His aura appeared rather weak, and his face looked somewhat charred as well. It was apparent that he was injured. He had paid some price to successfully kill the Hierophant of Mithraism. "Are you all right?" Emperor Nan asked, feeling rather impressed with Old Ma's feats. He wondered what kind of relationship that man had with Yi Futian to be going to such lengths. That attack had been very, very risky, and Old Ma was putting himself on the line. Any misstep and he could have ended up with extreme injuries. "I'm fine," Old Ma replied and looked around him. A terrifying aura came down, and several top-notch beings stood in different places, yet none of them made a move. The man was already killed, and they were too late. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy actually managed to kill the Hierophant of Mithraism. At that moment, all cultivators from the cult were shaking in fear. Many of their own had been taken down by Yi Futian, not far away from Du and Tianxiong. Those people were all trembling deep down, and their eyes nailed to the place where their leader had just been snuffed out. It seemed as if they had a hard time believing what just happened. The Hierophant is dead. Mithraism was a titan among the cultivation forces of Tongtian domain, reigning supreme, and their powers were mighty. The Hierophant was at the pinnacle of Renhuang realm, which meant that he was among those standing at the very top. They had all come to the Void realm with a condescending mindset, looking down on the cultivators of the Origin realm, seeing the sealed origin to be just a fractured, incomplete world that the divine prefecture had left in the dust. Yet, their Hierophant ended up being killed in the Origin realm. Despite all of them still being at the Renhuang realm, they all knew that that was the end for them. Boom! A terrifying power of both extreme yin and extreme yang surged into their bodies. Yi Futian hovered midair, and those whom he seized all wore twisted expressions. It didn't take long for all of them to get reduced to dust by that very power. All of them ended up killed. That caused the ones from forces originating from the divine prefecture to stare at Yi Futian, sensing an immense threat from him. Yi Futian scanned those fighters at the same time. The very reason why he killed all those whom he seized was to send a warning to those foreign cultivators, telling them not to throw their weight around in the Origin realm. The death of the Hierophant of Mithraism would probably serve as a sufficient warning to those foreign forces that came to Origin realm. At that moment, countless cultivators in the city looked up at Yi Futian, who just killed scores of cultivators at Renhuang realm, thinking that the #1 legendary figure in the Origin realm had finally returned. He had become even more terrifying at present, and those powerful cultivators at the Renhuang realm were little more than bugs before him. They wondered just how far had he transformed, coming back 20 years later from then. Yi Futian didn't care what the others thought. He surveyed the crowd and was surprised to find an acquaintance among the people. Suddenly, Yi Futian's eyes sharpened as he focused on that figure in white. This middle-aged man in white came to the original realm more than 20 years ago and had participated in many battles afterward. He was a cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu in the divine prefecture of the upper worlds. Once upon a time, he had taken the cultivators of Taichu Holy Land and intended to preach in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then take over direct control of the academy, making it into one of the many branches of Taichu Holy Land. In those 20 years, had he left and came back again? Or had he been in the original realm all along? The middle-aged man in white clearly saw Yi Futian as well. His eyes had been following Yi Futian, the Renhuang 6th realm with perfect great path. Back then, when Yi Futian was killed, he was in the 2nd realm of Renhuang. In 20 short years, he had crossed 4 major realms. This cultivation speed was unbelievably fast, something that even the top enchanting genius in Taichu Holy Land could barely follow. Of course, more importantly, Yi Futian didn't even die. How could Yi Futian still be alive? In that battle, various forces had participated, and they all witnessed Yi Futian hunted down in the attack. Back then, even the space itself was torn apart. There were a series of terrible spatial fissures that buried Yi Futian within them. In such a fierce battle, with lethal attacks from major figureheads, how could he have survived? However, Yi Futian was now in front of him. He brought with him the cultivators from Divine Prefecture. He had spent most of these years in the original realm, studying the situation here. All great changes in the world would begin in the original realm. This was something he had heard when he was still in the Holy Land of Taichu. That was the precise reason why the Taichu Holy Land had come here 20 years ago, wanting to preach here and take root in the original realm. He wanted to observe all the changes taking place here closely. Until now, more and more forces had arrived from Divine Prefecture. In addition, the Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and many other realms had infiltrated in the shadows. All the forces realized that after nearly 400 years of peace, the world might experience a new round of unrest, and the starting point could very possibly be the original realm. And all these principalities wanted to seize this opportunity. It could be said that the original realm had already sunk into chaos nowadays, and all foreign cultivation forces had come to prey upon them. "You're not dead," the middle-aged man in white said as he looked at Yi Futian. Many forces had participated in that battle back then. If they had seen Yi Futian standing here, what would they think? Perhaps they would be even more astonished than he was. Yi Futian looked at the middle-aged man in white and saw that he was rather calm. He came from the Holy Land of Taichu in the Divine Prefecture, and this Holy Land was not just any ordinary top-level principality. It was a preaching force in the upper worlds of Divine Prefecture, and its power may be at a more transcendent level than most. Therefore, although he was surprised to see that Yi Futian had survived, he did not seem to dwell upon this disturbing fact. At least, as a Renhuang of the Sixth Realm, he was not yet a threat to the Holy Land of Taichu. "I was lucky. You guys opened the spatial tunnel that allowed me to go to the Divine Prefecture," Yi Futian replied with a smile. "It's impossible." The middle-aged man in white stared at Yi Futian. He was there at that battle. The spatial fissure only appeared after the attack. In other words, those aggressive attacks had torn through the space. The attack had fallen upon Yi Futian first, then tore through the space. How were attacks able to tear through space not able to kill Yi Futian? This made no sense at all. "If it's impossible, then what am I?" Yi Futian smiled. The middle-aged in white suddenly doubted his own judgment. Facts spoke for themselves. Yi Futian was standing in front of him now. If that was impossible, then what was the person standing in front of him? Yi Futian was standing here, alive. And not long ago, he had hunted down a giant figure, the Hierophant of Mithraism. He had demonstrated superior combat effectiveness, easily obliterating a group of Renhuang. Among the Renhuang killed by Yi Futian, there were those at the Ninth Realm, which was considered at the peak of Renhuang. Even without perfect Great Path, the combat power at this level was far superior. So, why were they so easily killed by Yi Futian? The Holy Land of Taichu was a preaching holy land, and they did a lot of studies on various realms. Cultivators with perfect Great Path at the Sixth Realm could deal with ordinary Renhuang of the Eighth Realm. But as a basic rule, they would have difficulty in dealing with those in the Ninth Realm. That was unless they were naturally gifted individuals with outstanding combat effectiveness. Perfect Great Path alone did not explain the ease he had killing Renhuang in the Ninth Realm, a feat that could not be achieved unless the person was an unparalleled talent. This meant that this white-haired young man, who was once known as the #1 genius talent in the original realm, remained a top-notch figure in all of the Divine Prefecture. The middle-aged man in white fell silent. Naturally, Yi Futian did not forget the events that had taken place in the past. It seemed that this guy could not be spared and that a great battle in the original realm was likely. However, looking at Yi Futian's entourage, it seemed that it was more difficult than ever to kill Yi Futian. He had even brought 2 major figureheads with him, worthy of his reputation as a genius talent. The ancient royal family of Duan from the Shangqing domain. The old man in the white robe looked at Duan Tianxiong. He then directed his attention to old Ma and said, "And this one, which force in the Shangqing domain is this one from?" Four Corner Village, Old Ma replied. Four Corner Village. Those cultivators from Divine Prefecture looked at Old Ma. Clearly, they had heard of Four Corner Village before. The same was true for the old man in the white robe. Four Corner Village in the Shangqing domain was not a top principality before, but the great emperor favored it. It was rumored that Donghuang the Great had once gone to Four Corner Village to seek the way before becoming the great emperor, therefore forging a relationship with the village. But he was not clear as to what changes had taken place inside Four Corner Village. And since when had the giants from Four Corner Village started to leave the village? However, the other cultivators from Divine Prefecture frowned. Before they came to the original realm, a major event had occurred in the Shangqing domain of Divine Prefecture. Because this matter involved those whose existence was on the level of the ancient emperor, the news spread quickly to other domains. Regarding the corpse of Shunjia the great emperor, one of the cultivators of Divine Prefecture set his eyes on Yi Futian, assessing him seriously before asking, "Are you that person in the Shangqing domain who was the only one to observe the corpse of Shunjia the great emperor?" Yi Futian glanced at the man. He didn't expect this matter as common knowledge among the top figures in other domains of Divine Prefecture. But it might as well. That battle in Four Corner Village had a strong deterrent effect. "Indeed, it was me," Yi Futian replied. That cultivator's eyes sharpened slightly. There was not much information about Yi Futian. What they had heard the most was that just before they went to the lower worlds, all the major principalities of the Shangqing domain descended upon Four Corner Village and coerced it with great pressure. However, they returned with their tails between their legs. One of the most powerful forces in the Shangqing domain, the clan leader of the Nanhai family, was grievously injured by a single blow. Moreover, that mysterious figure in Four Corner Village had activated the corpse of Shunjia the great emperor. This made Four Corner Village even more mysterious. And that teacher from Four Corner Village was an unfathomable figure. They had never expected that this enchanting genius talent, who could perceive the sacred remains and who was connected to Four Corner Village, was actually involved with the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the lower worlds. No wonder he was so daring as to slaughter the Mithraism Hierophant outright. It seemed that he had the backing of that mysterious cultivator inside Four Corner Village. This Heavenly Mandate realm was no longer so easy to provoke. The middle-aged man in white from the Holy Land of Taichu frowned. He had not heard of this event before. It seemed that Yi Futian had also caused quite a stir in the land of Divine Prefecture. But all the giants from the upper worlds were now becoming a little more cautious. In the future, we will no longer participate in the matter regarding Heavenly Mandate realm. How about we forget all the unpleasantness from the past? A top figure from Divine Prefecture said. With Four Corner Village behind Yi Futian as support, there was no need to engage with them. They would simply avoid the Heavenly Mandate realm in the future. Yi Futian stared at the man who spoke. If he allowed this, who was going to be responsible for injuring Lord Taishen? That will work. But Lord Taishen of the Heavenly Mandate Academy responded, "Everyone, withdraw from the Heavenly Mandate City henceforth, and we will forget about what happened before." Although he could see that Yi Futian had made some connections outside, he did not want Yi Futian to make too many enemies. This battle had killed the Mithraism Hierophant and attracted the attention of these people already. If they really wanted to, they would undoubtedly unite against them. Coupled with enemies of Heavenly Mandate Academy from before, who had been eyeing them all these years and had been pressuring their allies in the Ziwei realm as well as the Imperial realm. If they continued making enemies, the pressure would only increase. And now, with chaos at hand, his injury was nothing by comparison. He only hoped that Yi Futian's return could save the Heavenly Mandate Academy and ensure its survival in the challenging times ahead. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishen, who had come to his side. He transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. "Without them, there will be other forces. Let it go. If you really want to, remember the person who injured me, and wait until you reach the top of Renhuang realm, then you can do what you please with him." "Who was it?" Yi Futian asked. This was the first time that Lord Taishen had mentioned the person who injured him. Before, Emperor Nan had said that many forces were involved, but the person who caused Lord Taishen to be injured by the Great Path would be the one who actually struck him. He is not in the Heavenly Mandate realm now, and at present, none of us can deal with him. For the time being, just leave it alone, you can avenge me later. Lord Taishen was very cautious. Clearly, the opponent this time was formidable, and he was worried that Yi Futian would act impulsively. Very well. Yi Futian nodded in response. In the Holy Land of Taichu, the master of Taichu sparring grounds was someone with monstrous cultivation. Even Emperor Nan was unequivocally suppressed when facing him. If he is determined to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it will be difficult for the Academy to exist. But this man was haughty beyond imagination and cared not to attack anyone below the level of figureheads, so he did not unleash his lethal attacks. Not long ago, because of something that happened elsewhere, he left for the time being. But the threat this man poses to the Heavenly Mandate Academy is a frightening thought, Lord Taishen said via voice transmission. Yi Futian was deeply surprised. It appeared that he needed to understand from Duan Tianxiong just how strong the Holy Land of Taichu, this preaching Holy Land in the Divine Prefecture, really was. The master of Taichu sparring grounds should be the elder of Mu Chinka, who had fought him once and would be the strongest person who came to the Holy Land of Taichu this time. No wonder Lord Taishen had been secretive about the identity of the person who injured him. Even though he had brought 2 cultivators, Lord Taishen knew that it was tough to deal with that transcendent existence from the Holy Land of Taichu. The cultivators of all forces departed. When the middle-aged man in white, who was from the Holy Land of Taichu, saw everyone else had left, he departed as well. It seemed that he needed to investigate the situation inside the Divine Prefecture and find out what exactly happened concerning the corpse of Shunjia the Great Emperor. It seemed that Four Corner Village, which used to stay away from the world of cultivation, was now a force that posed a great threat. There were still many people in the lower strata of Mithraism. Watching the departure of their top leaders, they felt a little hopeless. The moment the Hierophant was killed, they knew that Mithraism as an organization was over. Without peak-level figures, it was virtually impossible to gain a foothold in Divine Prefecture. Even if they did not disband on their own, they would become prey to the other forces. On the surface, all the top forces that were involved in cultivation in Divine Prefecture appeared to coexist peacefully. However, under the surface of that calmness was extreme cruelty. The loss of any top figures would mean the loss of their standing in the cultivation world. Even if they did not disband, their cultivation resources would be snatched away by others, or even the enchanting figures in their sect might defect to other principalities, which would spell disaster. Of course, at the moment, they were still awaiting the judgment from Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian glanced down at them and said, "If I find that any of you kills one more person in the original realm, I will kill you all." However, those cultivators were relieved when they heard Yi Futian and walked away without any arguments. All the really powerful people among them had already died at Yi Futian's hands. Mithraism was over, and none of them wanted revenge, as that would only spell their own deaths. Let's go back. After the battle had concluded, Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The cultivators of the Academy were excited beyond words. Before, there was always a dark cloud hanging over their heads, pressing down on their hearts. The first battle after Yi Futian's return had dissolved the Heavenly Mandate Academy's immediate concerns. At least, there was no need to worry about the sword that was hanging above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If they had not shocked and awed these opponents, they may come back at any time and attack the Academy. Now that the Hierophant of Mithraism had been killed, other forces had also retreated and would not dare to move on the Heavenly Mandate Academy lightly. However, Yi Futian's heart was still heavy, and Lord Taishuan's words put him under more pressure. Four Corner Village had the teacher as an effective deterrent, but he was not the teacher, after all. There were too many forces that had come to the original realm this time. Heavenly Mandate City alone was stationed by several major forces. Coupled with supreme forces such as the Holy Land of Taichu, he realized just what kind of reality the original realm was facing today. They had the strongest alliance in the original realm but still faced such terrible pressure. What kind of pressure came from the rest of the forces in the original realm? Today's original realm was already the playground of outside cultivators. When all the cultivators gathered together, Yi Futian asked Duan Tianxiong, "Does Elder know much about the Holy Land of Taichu?" It's the top holy land for cultivation in Divine Prefecture. Surely, I know of it. Duan Tianxiong nodded slightly. In the 18th domains of Divine Prefecture, there are a few cultivation holy lands similar to the Holy Land of Taichu, but they are basically the same as the ancient royal family of Duan. However, the Holy Land of Taichu is different. It's a well-known cultivating holy land in the entire Divine Prefecture, the symbol of the Taichu domain. Even Taichu domain chief's manor has to show their respect. In the Taichu domain, the Holy Land of Taichu was more like its core. The Holy Land of Taichu has produced many extraordinary cultivators, and the entire Taichu domain is under its influence. Cultivators from all the continents in the domain are proud to enter the Holy Land of Taichu to cultivate and would travel, no matter the distance, to seek the way there. The Taichu Saint Emperor is an unparalleled Renhuang and must have experienced the Great Tribulation to get to where he is. Beneath Taichu Saint Emperor, there are several top figures, one of whom is the master of Taichu sparring ground. As far as the outside world knows, there are at least 5 giants in the Holy Land of Taichu, a true behemoth, Duan Tianxiong explained to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened slightly. No wonder the Holy Land of Taichu was so overbearing when it came to the original realm, intending to preach there as if it was a favor to them. Now it was revealed that the person who was tasked with this assignment in the lower worlds was not the topmost figure himself. That cultivator in white and the purple robe war emperor were not true representatives of the peak combat power from the Holy Land of Taichu. No wonder Lord Taishen was being so cautious. 20 years ago, what forces came to the original realm? Duan Tianxiong asked. It seemed that 20 years ago, some things happened here, and Yi Futian had some interaction with Taichu Holy Land. Song Imperial Palace, Sun God Mountain, the Shun clan, Celestial Worthy Mountain, and possibly the Mo clan. There may be other forces in the shadows, said Yi Futian. Duan Tianxiong frowned slightly when he heard his answer, a surprised look on his face. No wonder. Duan Tianxiong said, the powers that you speak of were powerful forces in the Divine Prefecture, so they first came to the original realm. Back then, there was no order from the Great Emperor. And you offended these forces? How could Yi Futian have known about these forces in the first place? Listening to Duan Tianxiong's explanation, he understood that these forces were the giants among the giants in Divine Prefecture. Several forces were targeting me at the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the time, said Yi Futian. Later, they wanted me to die and joined forces to hunt me down. I faked my death and went to the Divine Prefecture instead. It's amazing that you are still alive. Duan Tianxiong said, so, you have already exposed your superior talents in the original realm to the point that they wanted to exterminate you. Now that the passage is open, and with even more powerful cultivators coming, you better not provoke these forces just yet. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Everyone around him looked solemn after hearing it. Back then, it was not our intention to offend them, but we had no choice. Emperor Nan said, to this day, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has never taken the initiative to attack anyone until just now with the Hierophant of Mithraism. Survival in the world of cultivation was often without much choice. Even though he knew those forces were powerful, he had no choice. It seems that the battle at Four Corner Village in the Shangqing domain was necessary, after all. The teacher had instilled fear in the world with this battle, and anyone who cultivates in the Divine Prefecture will hear about it eventually and take heed, Duan Tianxiong said. Yi Futian knew he was referring to the departure of some top cultivators not long ago, as partly due to the deterrent effect of that battle. Outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian's return and the death of the Hierophant of Mithraism caused an uproar. Especially in the Heavenly Mandate City, news spread at lightning speed throughout the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, and the whole realm was shaken. Yi Futian, the #1 genius talent in all of 9 realms and perhaps, even in all of 3,000 realms of the Great Path, first became known in Heavenly Mandate realm and founded Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach and cultivate. Countless people in the realm admired and respected Yi Futian, but they were also the ones who suffered the most from the news about Yi Futian's death. Now, he was back, returning with the cultivators of Divine Prefecture, having slain the Hierophant of Mithraism. Furthermore, they knew very well that Yi Futian's return concerning not only Yi Futian's own power but his future. This was a monstrous genius talent that could shake the 9 realms to their core and cause the cultivators in all 9 realms to join forces to extinguish him. Those forces would find it difficult to rest at ease as long as he was alive. They heard that the first upper Ren Huang who attacked Yi Futian after his return could not split his physical body. Such a mighty Ren Huang was easily exterminated by Yi Futian like an ant. After the cultivator in white returned to the Holy Land of Taichu, he started to investigate what had happened in the Divine Prefecture regarding the corpse of Xinjia the Great Emperor. Not long after that, he was shocked by the news he received. Yi Futian was known throughout the Shangqing domain as the only person who was able to comprehend the power within the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor. Furthermore, in the battle for the corpse of Xinjia the Great Emperor, a mysterious cultivator from Four Corner Village was able to control the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor perfectly while outside of the village. It erupted with the unimaginable power of the gods. No one was able to withstand his attack, and the clan leader of the Nanhai family was seriously wounded by a palm strike. Since then, even the domain chief's manor in the Shangqing domain dared not demand the corpse of Xinjia the Great Emperor from Four Corner Village. The whole matter had been concluded. The cultivator from the Shangqing domain that arrived in the lower worlds was greeted by Yi Futian personally. At the same time, the Shun clan, outside the temple, with several people standing there, looked into the distance. Someone appeared in the sky below and came to deliver some news. Yi Futian had returned, alive. The white-haired young man who had once led people to invade the Shun clan left a strong impression on its cultivators. It was impossible to forget him. 20 years ago, with all the forces surrounding him and hunted him, he did not die and had returned alive. At the same time, Tiantian Academy also received the news. In an attic, Jian Ao looked into the distance. Yi Futian had returned as a Ren Huang of the 6th realms with a perfect great path. Jian Qingzhu left with Princess Donghuang a long time ago and had not returned. Now, to which realm had he gone to cultivate? He was a little worried. In the Xiao clan of the Central Emperor realm, a group of cultivators broke through the sky at the same time and arrived at the palace that sat atop the Xiao clan. They stared at each other as they got the shocking news just now. He came back. The Dou tribe in the Ziwei realm was a ramshackle existence now. They were now in a dilapidated state, as they had been invaded before. However, at this time, there was hearty laughter from inside the Dou tribe, vibrant and powerful. At the same time, in another place in the original realm, a group of cultivators seemed to emerge out of a gate from the void and came to the land of the original realm. This group was made up of mighty cultivators, their strength terribly powerful, and many were giant-level figureheads. "Vice Chief, we have arrived in the original realm," someone said as he looked at a young man with a superb temperament. This young man was the Vice Chief of the Domain Chief's manor from the Donghua domain, Ninghua. The cultivators from the Donghua domain had descended upon the original realm. Chapter 2195, Reunion. At the moment, inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the seat of an ancient temple was filled to the brim. It was full of cultivators. Multiple powerful and leading figures were inside the academy at the same time. The clan lord of the Dou tribe, the great elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, Yuanyang clan's clan leader, and the clan of the Seven Slayers clan leader had all arrived. By now, every practitioner of the 9 realms had already learned of Yi Futian's return, as well as his killing of the Mithraism Hierophant shortly after coming back. The pressure on several of the major factions decreased instantly, and they each came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to meet Yi Futian. Back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy Alliance was successfully established because of Yi Futian's influence. These leading figures agreed to an alliance because each of them saw Yi Futian's limitless potential. That was what prompted the establishment of the strongest alliance within the 9 realms. It also gave birth to an opposing alliance that was just as frightening. In these 20 years, while Yi Futian had disappeared, they had maintained their alliance. After all, their enemies were too strong. If they did not work together, the end result could have been devastating. It was only because of the alliance's stability that nothing major happened to them until today. While they were facing a lot of pressure, it was not enough to impact their fundamentals. Now, after 20 whole years, their wait for Yi Futian, who faked his death, was finally over. His return would strengthen the alliance. The potential and talent that Yi Futian displayed also increased their confidence in the future. As long as they could keep hold of Yi Futian, they would be able to support a person to assume the role of the new king 3000 realms of the Great Path, a person who could stand at the peak of the 3000 realms of the Great Path. In the banquet, Yi Futian raised his cup and said to everyone, "Thank you, seniors and elders, for your hard work all these years. I went to the divine prefecture back then and left everything here to you all. I am ashamed." As he spoke, he drank from his cup, and the other practitioners also followed suit, raising their cups. Xiao Dingtian said, "The 9 realms change is a trend of the world. It cannot be changed. In truth, it is only because of the alliance established back then that we are still safe and sound today. Some factions have already crumbled and dissolved. Among them, various factions of the Hidden Land realm have already yielded." The others nodded. Xiao Dingtian was correct. The changes of the 9 realms were a world trend that could not be stopped. If the world wanted to change, no one could prevent it from doing so. All they could do was to adapt and survive amidst the changes, and this powerful alliance had undoubtedly emboldened them. If they were to remain single factions, they would not have been able to withstand some of the more major changes and incidents. Moreover, it also provided opportunities to the younger ones. Do Jiao and the others all managed to prove their paths and obtained a perfect grade divine wheel. After that, they went and followed Donghuang Princess to cultivate and train in the divine prefecture. "These are all opportunities," said the clan leader of the Do tribe heartily. "That's right. Now, we have to wait for their return," said Xiao Dingtian. Back then, Xiao Muyu proved her path and obtained a perfect divine wheel, resulting in her becoming the goddess of the Xiao clan. Everything had to be attributed to Yi Futian. Back in the day, in the original realm, practitioners who had perfect grade divine wheels were scarce. However, Yi Futian managed to create a team of such people single-handedly. It was comparable to a miracle. However, he managed to do it. Not only was his talent unparalleled, but he was also able to help others achieve greatness. It was due to this that everyone trusted Yi Futian and was willing to follow this junior forward. The changes of the original realm come from the strongest factions of the outer realms. The practitioners that appear are all influential and exceptional figures. If they did not have these opportunities, they would have only been able to look up and gaze upon those monster-like geniuses in the divine prefecture, said the clan leader of the Yuanyang clan. They were also clear on one truth: the original realm was indeed a prohibited land and could not be compared to the divine prefecture. If the next generation did not receive those opportunities, the gap between them and the geniuses of the divine prefecture would have been immeasurable. In truth, it was Yi Futian who made them. Do Jiao, this little B***** has been gone in the divine prefecture for 20 years now. Who knows when he will come back and how his cultivation's been, said the clan leader of the Do tribe with a hearty chuckle. They were all looking forward to the return of those who had left for the divine prefecture many years ago. The changes of the original realm led the imperial palace to order and provide domain chief manners to the 18 domains and allow the cultivators to enter the realm. Clearly, the imperial palace is very aware of the situation here. Since that is the case, the Donghuang princess should be bringing them back soon, thought Yi Futian. Then, he said, "I think it will not be long." Yes. Everyone nodded, agreeing somewhat to Yi Futian's guess. "Why don't you tell us about your experiences in the divine prefecture these 20 years? We're quite curious," asked someone with a laugh. Yi Futian nodded and briefly summarized his experiences in the divine prefecture over the years, eliciting sighs and sympathy from his listeners. Who knew that Yi Futian would encounter such tragedies and challenges immediately after entering the divine prefecture? He was almost killed. It was a good thing Xia Qingyuan followed along and was able to save Yi Futian. It was rare for the group to have this moment of leisure to chat about Yi Futian's experiences in the divine prefecture and the changes experienced in the original realm. After 20 long years, many things had changed. As people feasted and drank until they were half drunk, something strange seemed to originate from the sky. Everyone quickly shifted their gaze over and beamed their divine consciousness over. After that, several people became stunned. Following that, Several hearty laughs came about. "The brats are finally back," said the clan leader of the Dou tribe with a hearty laugh. Yi Futian stood up excitedly. He raised his head to look into the sky. Then, beams of lights flashed, and from afar, a group of people traveled and finally reached the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Seeing these figures, the people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were very excited. Back then, the people who had perfect grade great paths and made a name for themselves by following Yi Futian back in the day had all come back from the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, each of their Ori was a lot more exceptional. They looked a lot brighter than they were back then. Now, they must have grown a lot stronger. After all, they left with Princess Donghuang. The group stood up in the sky and gazed down to look at many familiar faces. When they saw the white-haired youth, everyone was briefly stunned. Then, bright smiles appeared on their faces. "So, you've come back as well." Dou Jiao looked quite excited when he looked at Yi Futian. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and said, "I'm back." "You, little brat. You're ignoring me?" roared the Dou tribe's clan leader. Dou Jiao blinked several times. Then, he looked at the clan leader of the Dou tribe. "Old man, don't be so calculative. It looks like your bones have become hard after 20 years, said the clan leader of the Dou tribe. After that, he cracked his knuckles, which made Dou Jiao shrink his head back a little. Every practitioner at the banquet smiled after watching that scene. At that time, the figures in the sky descended slowly. Yi Futian's excitement and happiness suddenly dimmed in his gaze. A tinge of worry could be seen in his profound eyes. Young brother. Young brother. Then, Sword Saint and Jiyu Dongliu landed in front of Yi Futian at the same time. Yi Futian was naturally happy meeting his two senior brothers. They had not seen each other for 20 years after all. "Big brother, second brother," Yi Futian shouted. Then, he looked behind them and asked, "Where's Jiyu?" Hua Jiyu was not there. She did not return with the rest of the group. Hua Fengliu, Nandu Wenyan, and Hua Nyenyu also walked over to look at them. They were clearly apprehensive. Yu Sheng left with Mai Ting back then, but Jiyu left with the same group. However, right at that moment, they did not see Jiyu return. "Younger brother, you do not need to worry. Jiyu should be fine," answered Jiyu Dongliu. "Back then, after you left, Jiyu experienced a complete life-changing awakening. After that, she became silent. We do not know what had happened to her. However, your second sister has already spoken to her. Jiyu recovered her memory. After we reached the Divine Prefecture, Jiyu's cultivation rate was the fastest. Based on what Princess Donghuang said, Jiyu might have cultivated a long-lost secret technique that was from ancient times. She has many illusory bodies, which include Brahma's pure sky empress and Jyotian goddess. After reaching the divine realm, apart from cultivation, Jiyu moved alone. After a while, she left by herself. The princess did not stop her. However, with her frightening progress, she may reach the Lady of Brahma's pure skies level soon. In addition, she has already reshaped her body of the path. She is definitely stronger than us, explained Jiyu Dongliu to Yi Futian. Yi Futian listened to Jiyu Dongliu closely. He would never have imagined such drastic changes occurring to Jiyu after he left. However, these were all good things. Back when he left, he was most worried about Jiyu. Back then, Lord Taishen and the others had warned him that Jiyu might not be the Jiyu that he knew. Brahma's pure sky empress cultivation was special. Jiyu could be her body of the path. Helping Jiyu cultivate might have been helping Brahma's pure sky empress. However, he still took care of Jiyu. Even though it was a new Jiyu, she was still his wife. Now, upon hearing from his second brother that Jiyu might have recovered her memories, he was happy. However, he did not know how she was doing. Nonetheless, it was still a relief. As he thought of that, Yi Futian showed a smile and looked at the others. Wuchen, Yaya, Xiaomuyu. Familiar faces one after another. They were all very close and personal. "You're back." He patted Wuchen's arm firmly. Yi Wuchen's aura had also changed drastically. He looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Then, he nodded and said, "I'm back." Seeing that he was fine, Yi Futian was happy. Back then, the three of them left from a small place, and it was not easy to reach where they were today. Yusheng. Yi Futian wondered how he was doing. Yaya. Sword Master. Yi Futian habitually rubbed Yaya's head. Yaya also responded habitually by staring at him. 20 years later, this person's habits still had not changed. On the side, Swordmaster of Lihan could not help but smile after looking at the actions of these two. Only Yi Futian could thoroughly and completely subdue this Sky Sword Emperor. Normally, her tempers were ridiculous. No one would ever dare touch her head. They'd have been met with a sword to their face. Master. Xiao Muyu looked at Yi Futian excitedly. Her master really did not lie to her. He was still fine. Yes. Yi Futian replied. How's your cultivation? The Xiao Muyu now was completely different from the Xiao Muyu back then. Her aura of an empress was more outstanding. I'm a middle-level Renhuang now, Xiao Muyu smiled and answered. In the past 20 years, she had become a Renhuang of the 4th plane. She was actually not that far away from the 5th plane. Moreover, my divine will is still perfect, said Xiao Muyu proudly. Not bad. You have the demeanor of your master, Yi Futian laughed and said. Instantly, everyone around them also laughed. The relationship between this pair of master and disciple was truly quite hilarious. However, Xiao Muyu's respect for Yi Futian was truly from the heart. Seeing familiar and close friends one after another, Yi Futian was thrilled. If Yu Sheng and Ji Yu were here, it would have been perfect. Chapter 2196, Quiet Guqin Tune. Ji Yu Dongliu, Yi Wuchen, and the others' return naturally made the practitioners gathered at the Heavenly Mandate Academy happy. In particular, the older generation was delighted after seeing that the younger generation had grown stronger. Sounds of laughter never ceased during the banquet. Everyone was happy, and the sounds of chit-chat came from every direction. Sword Saint, Ji Yu Dongliu, and Zhuge Mingyu gathered together. The cultivators from the demon realm gathered in another group. At the current juncture, the three major clans of the demon realm, Sky Demon Court, Dragon Clan, and the Divine Elephant Clan had long become one. They were no longer constantly bickering with each other like in the past. Over the past few years, whether it was the few major demon clans that stayed behind in the Heavenly Mandate realm or the younger generations who left for the Divine Prefecture, they had become sworn to life and death. However, after learning about the changes of the original realm and the invasion of the demon realm, Jun and Long Chen were still incredibly infuriated. Unexpectedly, after 20 years, the original realm did not revert to an orderly and peaceful state, and there were even signs that things would turn completely chaotic. Yi Futian did not say much during the banquet. He spent more time observing the conversations of everyone else. He looked at the older generation asking those who had returned about events that occurred in the Divine Prefecture. He sat there and listened quietly, a bright smile hanging on his face all the while. However, underneath that smile and deep inside his heart was actually a sense of sadness. If one were to ask him who the two most important people were in his life, he would answer without hesitation that they were Ji Yu and Yu Sheng. Even though Wu Chen, his older brother, second sister, and third brother, each held a significant position as well and were people whom he would trust his life with, they could not replace Ji Yu or Yu Sheng. It was just like even though he would give his life to protect his third brother, if one were to ask his third brother who was more important to him, Yi Futian or second sister, the answer would clearly be his second sister. And the fact was that these two most important persons of his life were absent in this gathering. The subtle sense of loneliness that he felt could not be hidden. It was impossible for him to lie to himself. Do you miss her? Xie Qingyuan gently asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the girl beside him and nodded gently. Back then, they worked so hard to finally find Ji Yu, and now, he had not seen her in 20 years. How could he not miss her? Since third brother said she's alright, I'm sure she's fine. Since she has already recovered her memories, after learning of the changes of the original realm, she might come back herself, said Xie Qingyuan gently. Yi Futian looked at the girl whose head was slightly lowered beside him. As Xie Qingyuan was being considerate to him, he felt a sense of guilt. He knew that he owed this little princess of Emperor Xia's realm a lot. She could have been pampered and lived a life of luxury, however, She spared no thoughts of her life and chose to go through the crevice of space to chase after him into the divine prefecture. She never complained, nor did she regret it. She also never asked for anything in return. Missing Jiyu? Zhuge Mingyu appeared on his other side and looked at him with a gentle smile. Jiyu Dongliu and the others also shifted their gaze toward them. A bit, answered Yi Futian, gently nodding. Before Jiyu left, I spoke to her. While the battle against Brahma's Pure Sky Empress was won, Brahma's Pure Sky Empress became her. Even though Jiyu became a lot colder, perhaps it was because of your battle. Dongliu also said it. Jiyu's cultivation rate is the fastest among all of us. She's growing at a ridiculous pace. Since this is the case, she will surely return by herself, said Zhuge Mingyu as she stretched out her long and slender fingers to rub Yi Futian's head. Yi Futian let out an awkward smile. Only his second sister would treat him like this. Thank you, senior sister, Yi Futian said, smiling. I hope she comes back soon. You also don't have to worry too much about Yu Sheng. His relationship with the Devil World is quite deep. The Devil World is definitely a more suitable location for him to cultivate, said his eldest brother, the Sword Saint. Sword Saint knew about some things back then. He received a demonic blade once upon a time, a blade that he had been using since. Moreover, he received teachings about a demonic method which he had been continuing to cultivate. He was now wondering what the relationship between that mysterious person and Yi Futian and Yu Sheng was. However, one thing he could confirm was that the Devil World's Devil General Mai Ting had come and brought Yu Sheng away. He was not that worried about Yu Sheng's safety. However, he did not know when they would be able to reunite. He cultivated in the Divine Prefecture and knew just how vast the Divine Prefecture was. It was a continent that had an endless border. However, the Devil World was still a region outside the Divine Prefecture. So just where could it be? Who knew how far Yu Sheng was away from him? Unless the Devil General brought him back, he did not know when they'd be able to meet again. Even though we are miles apart, we are still close brothers. It is just a matter of time. By the time you reach the peak, how can you not meet each other again? Asked Sword Saint. Yi Futian nodded. By now, all he could do was to work hard and continue to cultivate. It looks like I should also try to cultivate and train faster. Otherwise, I might be left behind by Yu Sheng, said Yi Futian, laughing. Yu Sheng, who had gone to the Devil World to cultivate, must be growing rapidly. His experience and growth were definitely not inferior to the training and tribulation he went through in the Divine Prefecture. It was possible that Yu Sheng's training would completely release his talent and potential. By the time they met, Yi Futian could not be the one left behind. Do Zhao snuck up to Yi Futian's side and asked, "What's your plane level now?" What do you want to do?" Yi Futian looked at Do Zhao's glaring eyes. This bastard. His skin must be itching for a lashing. I've grown somewhat in the Divine Prefecture. I just want to know how your cultivation's been these years. Do Zhao's eyes shone. Over the years, he grew tremendously. He cultivated and trained diligently every day. Before returning, he kept wondering when he would be able to spar a few rounds with Yi Futian or Yu Sheng. Not bad. I'm at the 6th plane now. Is there any problem? Asked Yi Futian with a gentle smile. Do Zhao's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Futian for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's fine. I'm just asking." Careless. Later, Xiao Muyu also came over and glanced at Do Zhao with a smile. It looked like the guy had become a little bit full of himself and was looking for a beating. "Master," shouted Xiao Muyu after she reached Yi Futian's side. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded with a gentle smile. "Master, have you been well over the past few years cultivating in the Divine Prefecture?" Xiao Muyu asked. "Do I look unwell?" Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. "True. With your old man's talent and strength, how could you not shake the world and dominate an entire generation wherever you go?" said Xiao Muyu, laughing. "I have also grown a little bit over these few years. If possible, I'd like Master to give me a few pointers and tell me where my cultivation problems lie." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded. After that, the other people who returned from the Divine Prefecture came over to exchange a few words with Yi Futian. The practitioners from Four Corner Village and the Duan ancient royal family stood on the side, not interfering. However, they watched everything carefully. It seemed as if Yi Futian had a unique meaning to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "You are his disciple?" Old Ma asked Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu naturally sensed that the aura emanating from this group of people was exceptional, particularly Old Ma. Xiao Dingtian made a brief introduction on the side and said, "This is an elder from the Divine Prefecture's Four Corner Village. Your master is cultivating at his village." Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu bowed slightly at Old Ma and the others upon hearing Xiao Dingtian's introduction. She seemed very polite. For Yi Futian to cultivate there, this place must be incredible. "Yes." Old Ma smiled and nodded. "I do not have anything particular in mind for you, but your master did not tell you that you have several junior brothers and sisters now." Xiao Muyu was stunned. She turned around to glance at Yi Futian. She looked pleasantly surprised. Her master actually took in new disciples. "Are they here?" Xiao Muyu looked around Old Ma. However, those practitioners all had outstanding auras. Every single one of them looked like they were amazing. So, they probably weren't. "No, they are still young. They're at the village," said Yi Futian with a chuckle. "I do want to meet my junior brothers and sisters," said Xiao Muyu. "Then, they are my junior nephews," Do Jiao said on the side. Back when Yi Futian received disciples on behalf of his master, they all went into Sky River Great Elder and could be regarded as Qi Xuangang's disciples. "If there's an opportunity, you should all head to the village and visit those little brats," Old Ma said with a gentle smile. With just a few words, he seemed to have become closer to the people there. Moreover, even though Old Ma was a powerful and influential figure, he always stayed in the village. So, a sense of simplicity emanated from his body, and it was easy for people to get close to him. "All right, I will definitely have my master bring me there," said Xiao Muyu with a smile. At the banquet, groups chatted as people talked about everything under the sky. Everyone was happy. After some time, people finally began to leave, albeit unwillingly. Yi Futian walked over to Hua Fengliu. Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin sat in the courtyard. Tang Lan and Nianyu were also there. "Why have you come here?" Compared to 20 years ago, Hua Fengliu had aged a bit. "I've missed you, old lady," said Yi Futian with a gentle smile. Hua Fengliu glared at him and said, "Relax. Even though I'm a bit older now, I'm still not that weak." Many people returned, but Jiyu did not. Seeing everyone gathering around, the ones feeling the worst were naturally Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin. They really suffered a lot because of everything related to Jiyu back then. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "I'm just here to sit with you for a bit." "As you like," said Hua Fengliu as she leaned lazily back. Yi Futian actually brought a chair over and sat there. He sat there quietly, looking at Hua Fengliu and the others. Then, Hua Fengliu asked gently, "Have your Guqin skills become rusty?" "I probably still remember," answered Yi Futian. "Play a tune," said Hua Fengliu. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. After that, he crossed his legs and sat down. Moonlight descended from the sky and fell upon his grey hair, creating a scene that oscillated a sense of loneliness. The tune of the Guqin began slowly as if it was the meditation tune that Yi Futian played when he first began learning the Guqin. Sitting quietly under the night sky, the tune of the Guqin surrounded them. Quiet and lovely. Apart from the silence of the night, the dancing musical notes seemed to be tinged with a sense of longing. Nandu Wenyin glared at Hua Fengliu. Why did she ask Yi Futian to play the Guqin and evoke the longing he felt in his heart? Seeing the lonely figure, with Jiyu still away, he must feel terrible. Hua Nianyu sat with her elbows on her knees. Holding her jaw with her palms, she listened to Yi Futian play the Guqin quietly. Hua Fengliu slowly closed her eyes. The tune of the Guqin surrounded them underneath the tranquil moonlight as if they were in an exquisite scroll painting. Chapter 2197, The Truth Back Then. Yi Futian, Jiyu Dongliu, and the others returned from the Divine Prefecture. Naturally, they had many things to say to each other. This night was exceptionally quiet. In the morning, the Heavenly Mandate Academy still maintained its beauty of tranquility. The disciples of the academy seemed to have become more energetic. Their confidence in the academy's future was full again after witnessing the return of Futian and the others. They were no longer as pessimistic as before. The chaos of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path left the college chief, Lord Taishian, severely injured. Before this, the practitioners of the academy were similar to Lord Taishian in that they were pessimistic about the academy's stature. They did not think that the academy was able to remain forever. If they did not want to be annihilated, they would have had to dissolve themselves sooner or later so that they could remain safe. However, Futian and the others' return was like a ray of light in the darkness. It brightened up the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy. Perhaps they could actually sail past this chaotic time and survive through this chaotic world. Futian rested at the courtyard of Hua Fengliu's residence the day before. In the morning, Futian woke up early. He served tea and greeted each of his teachers. The firsts were Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenying. After that, it was Qi Shuangguang and then Dozhon. He visited his teachers and walked around their neighborhoods while talking to his brothers. Now, his plane level had already surpassed several of his teachers. However, these teachers aided him at different times in the past, and their kindness was something that Futian would never dare forget. 20 years. He did not fulfill his duty as a student. So, it was natural that he would have to pay more attention and do more after coming back. After serving tea and greeting his teachers, Futian returned. He then went to create and refine some pills for his teachers and other people of the academy. In terms of the situation outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he did not want to deal with them for now. However, as Futian prepared to create and refine pills, he found out that it was difficult to do that. The reason was that quite a number of people came looking for him. Brother Futian. Linga was no longer the little brat back then anymore. However, her calling Futian Brother Futian still revealed a sense of her lively youth. Yu Divine Palace's goddess Chang, she also came back from the Divine Prefecture. She also came to visit Futian. Fei Shui also came from her grandmother Shen Luoshua's place to discuss some things with Futian. In a short time, a huge crowd had formed around Futian. Futian did not think that they would be so early. So, he had no choice but to set his pill-making endeavor aside for the moment. The quiet and tranquil academy had not seen such life in a long time. However, the calm environment was quickly disrupted. The clouds and the winds above Heavenly Mandate City swirled, and a frightening aura descended from afar and pressed against the entire city. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy inside the Heavenly Mandate City, the ancient city had gone through several major events like this before. As a result, the people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy of the current day looked up in the sky calmly as they wondered, what's happening? Which big shot arrived? Inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy's different compounds, heads tilted upwards as gazes pierced through the sky and focused on the cultivators coming from other realms. Futian, who was in the middle of a conversation, frowned. He raised his head and looked into the sky. His gaze pierced through the sky, and he instantly knew who it was. So fast. He had just come back and did not have time to visit this person. However, these people had already been contacted. They departed and arrived early at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Moreover, his formation and team were the same as those from a few weeks ago. It looked extremely dangerous. Above the swirling clouds, figures that looked like divine giants stood tall as if looking down on everyone. They specifically looked towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The heart of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's practitioners beat rapidly. It was a very familiar scene. It was as if they had gone back in time in an instant and returned to that battle 20 years ago, the battle to kill Futian, no matter what happened. How could Futian forget each and every one of those practitioners from the top factions? The practitioner of the Shen clan stood tall, wearing his stylish outfit. The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation was equipped with his blindingly shiny golden gears. The unfathomable Jian Ao from Tiantian Academy and the practitioners of Tiantian Academy, the cultivator of the Solar Divine Palace who bathed in the divine light of the sun, as well as the Sky-Reaching School, Martial God Clan, Celestial Worthy Temple, and the School of the Emperor Star. And finally, Who could forget the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu? Both the White Robe cultivator and the Purple Robe War Emperor were present. Apart from those big shots, powerful renhuangs from various factions were also there. These factions did not come from one particular location. Instead, they communicated and came here all at the same time, to gather at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and descend into the Heavenly Mandate City. As such, a replica of the scene from 20 years ago emerged. In an instant, might shook the sky, and the entire Heavenly Mandate City was put under unparalleled pressure. At that moment, even powerful renhuangs on a high plane level felt their breathing hasten, their heart rate increase, and their blood pumping faster. A frightening formation. In comparison, common renhuangs were like ants. They would not even qualify to be in consideration of making that group. These big shots were all looking at Yi Futian. They had heard about Yi Futian's return. Several factions felt quite uneasy, especially some of the weaker factions. They also heard that Yi Futian did not only just return alive, but he had also brought a bunch of powerful figures along with him and killed the Mithraism Hierophant. This operation was led by the Shun clan, Tiantian Academy, as well as a few other major factions from the Central Emperor realm. After all, they were mainly gathered in the Central Emperor realm. No matter what, if Yi Futian did not die and managed to gather a group of powerful allies, they had to come and have a look themselves. After all, this powerful alliance was capable of killing the Mithraism Hierophant directly. He was an immense threat to each of their faction. If his target was not the Mithraism Hierophant but was one of them instead, what would have happened? He really is still alive. The clan leader of the Shun clan looked downward at Yi Futian. It felt kind of surreal. In the battle back then, one of the Shun clan's big shots and great elder Shinji died in battle. They suffered great losses, but at least they thought that they had got rid of Yi Futian. However, right now, Yi Futian was in front of them. One could only imagine the emotions he was feeling. The Golden Divine Nation's sovereign's gaze was also very sharp. It pierced through the sky. He wanted to kill Yi Futian directly. 2 of his sons were killed by Yi Futian back then. As such, killing Yi Futian was a must. That final battle only took place because of their determination. Everyone thought that Yi Futian had died, to the extent that none of his remains were found. However, he was very much alive, and he had returned in a much stronger form. The college chief of Tiantian Academy, Gen Ao, stared at Yi Futian. Back then, even though his killing of Yi Futian was an injustice, after all, Yi Futian saved Gen Qingzhu before. Yi Futian was too outstanding. His existence completely dominated an entire generation. Even Gen Qingzhu did not have any hopes of raising his head. He wanted to send Gen Qingzhu to train in the Divine Prefecture, to let him have the chance to follow Princess Donghuang so that the Gen family can return to the Divine Prefecture. As such, he wanted to kill Yi Futian to clear the obstacles for Gen Qingzhu. He wanted Gen Qingzhu to be number 1 in the original realm. Apart from these big shots, several faces familiar to Yi Futian also appeared, including an influential person who rivaled him back then. They heard that Yi Futian was now stronger to the point where he could even kill a renhuang of the 9th plane. "I hope you are all well," said Yi Futian while looking at the familiar figures that appeared in the sky. These people wanted to kill him and be done with it. He was also the same. If he had the strength to do so, he would kill them all without any hesitation. "How did you do it back then?" asked the clan leader of the Shun clan, staring at Yi Futian. The grudge was the deepest between Yi Futian and the Shun clan, as well as the Golden Divine Nation. The reason was from a long time ago. They suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Heavenly Mandate Academy in exchange for Yi Futian's death. However, they now discovered that they did not actually get anything in exchange. The Shun clan's clan leader's question was also on the others' minds. Yi Futian. Just how did he do it? I've said it before. Thank you, everyone, for opening the space passage which sent me to the Divine Prefecture to train, said Yi Futian, laughing. Perhaps if I had remained in the original realm, my cultivation wouldn't have progressed as fast. Oppressive might descended from the sky. Did they make Yi Futian? Impossible, said the Shun clan's Shan Jiao while staring at Yi Futian. Then, he continued, The attack landed on your body first before tearing a crack in the space. You were undoubtedly dead. Unless you used the divine item to block that hit and escape your death. Shen Gao's words were exactly the thoughts on the others' minds. However, that frightening attack would even annihilate an amazingly powerful ritual implement. Only a true divine item could have truly blocked that attack. Yi Futian. What kind of divine item did he have on him? Gari Qiong suddenly recalled something. His pupils shrank slightly, and his face became distorted. Even though he had some guesses, he did not dare to say them out loud. He did not have any proof. Even if he had any, he might not dare say it in front of everyone. Before that battle, Princess Donghuang said that she had to be fair in terms of rewards and punishments. She first gave Yi Futian a treasure. Then, she approved the battle. Back then, he did wonder about the prize that Princess Donghuang awarded to Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian had come back alive, he vaguely guessed that Princess Donghuang had awarded Yi Futian with a divine item that allowed Yi Futian to preserve his life in that battle. Recalling it again now, that huge battle seemed a little bit too intentional. However, back then, Yi Futian really was in a desperate situation. As such, his wish of death, along with his determination to die, had not been questioned by any of them. Now, it looked like he actually knew that he was not going to die. Gari Qiong guessed it. Naturally, the others were not dumb. After that, Princess Donghuang invited the exceptionally talented people to follow her into the divine prefecture to train. Among these followers, the majority of them were practitioners from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was as if Princess Donghuang had favored Yi Futian. As they reached this conclusion, they felt saddened. They should have killed Yi Futian, however, 20 years ago, they were tricked by the princess. Moreover, they could not really do much about it. The princess's reward and punishment were fair and unproblematic. Yi Futian certainly deserved credit. However, even if someone were to voice it out, what could they do? Princess Donghuang's actions back then were also not a problem. Back then, the princess did not want Yi Futian to die. Yi Futian saw the fighters not saying anything and knew that they probably were speculating something. The circumstances that led him to flee the origin realm were rather peculiar, and that those kinds of attacks would have definitely killed him, after all. However, given that it was a chance given by Princess Donghuang, none of them would dare to say anything about it even if they knew. The origin realm is now in peril. Are you all here to ask for another fight? Yi Futian looked at them and said, "This time, I won't be fighting like I have a death wish, as I did 20 years ago." They all wore concerned expressions on their faces. Yi Futian hadn't been fighting with a death wish back then, he knew that he would be able to escape. They all knew that things were different on that day. If they were to dare kill Yi Futian, the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy might probably go all out. Furthermore, the Academy's lineup seemed to have gotten even more powerful, with 2 more Titans added to the roster. It was also a given that their powers saw some change as well, yet if they were to go all out with the Academy, they would be put in a dangerous spot all the same. If a battle of such levels were to break out again, there would probably be no turning back from it. It was just as how Yi Futian put it. The origin realm was in peril, and the dark forces now had their eyes on the realm. If they were to go out to destroy the Academy's alliance and ended up damaged in the battle, they would most probably meet their doom all the same and wouldn't be able to survive the tumultuous times. It was especially so for those native forces without any backing from the upper worlds. If both parties were to fight right there and then, one party would definitely be snuffed out. Without such threats around, their own alliance would fall apart all the same, as none of them have any delusions about their own alliance. If they were to get into any trouble in that battle, the clan forces would probably end up doomed in those tumultuous times. As such, despite having come en masse, they had in truth realized that things at present were different altogether from how things were 20 years ago. Furthermore, it was said that Yi Futian had backing from the upper worlds and that legendary Four-Corner Village seemed to have a super powerful mysterious figure among them. With the Hierophant of Mithraism killed, news spread, and the forces had already looked into Yi Futian before they came. The leader of the Shen clan stepped out, and a terrifying spatial storm swept out. Terrifying fissures of the Great Path appeared around the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which looked like an abyss. If he were to attack the academy right there and then, the academy would be destroyed on the spot. After Yi Futian's death back then, they had promised Princess Donghuang never again to meddle with things in the origin realm, which was why they behaved somewhat the whole time. Before Yi Futian's return, they had initially thought of wearing down the powers of the Heavenly Mandate Academy slowly, putting pressure on the academy from all sides and causing the academy to eventually fall apart in the chaotic storms of origin realm. They had almost achieved what they set out to do by then. Lord Taixian had been severely injured, and they only had to wait for some years for the alliance of the academy to fall apart. Yet, Yi Futian returned at such a time, and those people who left with Princess Donghuang had all returned as well. Furthermore, the first thing he did when he returned was to kill the Hierophant of Mithraism, alerting the many cultivation forces instantly. Yi Futian and the others had been able to kill a cultivation force with a cultivator at perfect peak level Renhuang realm, which meant that if things would be just as dire even if they were to target just one or two of those people. Given that Yi Futian had returned alive, the promise they made with Princess Donghuang was naturally nullified, with both parties capable of going at each other's throats. The pressure remained, and there was only silence. The entire Heavenly Mandate city was in an extremely stifling atmosphere, so much so that countless cultivators in the city dared not even breathe loudly. If you all were to insist on fighting, then please make your move. If you're not out to fight, then what are you all doing at the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Lord Taixian emerged and addressed those would-be invaders. While one could tell that he was weakened just from his voice, yet the tone he used was, nonetheless, stern. 20 years passed, and things would no longer be like how they had been 20 years ago. If they were to fight again, it would be their last stand. If the other party were to ask for a fight, then they would be getting one. Not only are you all here this time, but many at the Renhuang realm are here as well. I guess that you're not here to ask for a fight. Yi Futian continued. If they were there at the academy to ask for a fight, they would have probably only let the Titans do the work. Bringing the others at Renhuang realm would only be getting in their way and do the supposed battle no good. The outcome of that battle between both sides was only determined by those at the very top, after all. The others were able to see that those formidable ones had joined hands to lean on the academy, yet everyone nonetheless knew that things at present were indeed different from how things were 20 years ago. Furthermore, they all sensed that while they were standing off at the moment, extremely powerful wills scanned the place on and off. That was the sign of top-notch cultivators watching how things were going at the battlefield, and they naturally knew who was watching. In the Heavenly Mandate realm at the moment, there was more than just the alliance surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There were also the top-notch dark forces. Those people were watching intently as well. If they could join hands, they wouldn't mind allying with those people to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but they dared not to do so. It was a massive taboo for them to ally with the dark forces out in the open to snuff out a force from the Divine Prefecture, and doing so would probably invoke the Imperial Palace's wrath. They naturally knew about that much, so even if they were to have such intentions, they would have to do so in secret, using each other just like how it had been before. If they were not there to ask for a fight, showing up en masse would naturally mean that they were there as a show of might. They were concerned that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would take them on just like how they did Mithraism, which was why they gathered their allies from all those years ago to pressure the Academy. They needed to send a message to the Academy at least, telling them that if they were to dare do anything, the Allied forces would come down on the Academy at any given moment, and a battle would break out. At present, both sides had a lot more to be concerned about than they had before. I heard that you've made yourself quite famous in the Shangqing domain. You're the only person capable of learning from the corpse of Great Emperor Shunjia, I presume, a cultivator at the Renhuang realm asked. That person was not one of the Titans but was one from the Holy Land of Taichu. His bearing was formidable, and he carried himself with powerful confidence. There was a tinge of his intent to do combat when he looked down at Yi Futian. That cultivator was said to be very renowned and had been quite influential in the Origin realm. The many Titans in the Origin realm were actually all gathered there because of him alone, and that itself spoke of Yi Futian's importance. Is he really as exceptional as he is rumored to be? Just how powerful are his talents? Yi Futian looked up at that man, and he totally didn't expect that a Renhuang realm figure from the Holy Land of Taichu would come out to ask questions. He, naturally, was able to sense the pointedness of the look in the other party's eyes. He then replied, "Indeed. The #1 genius who shook the origin realm. I'd like to see how powerful you are today." That fighter didn't waste any more time talking. He stepped out right away onto the battlefield. Towering aura washed all over the place with frightening might. That man was from the Holy Land of Taichu and was a formidable Renhuang realm being in that Holy Land. He had made his name for many years and was perfection at level 6 of the Great Path. It was not every day that he made his move, and his focus was on his own training. He wanted to break the barriers of his level and made it to level 7. He was not the only one, as there were others from the Holy Land of Taichu at the Renhuang realm present. There were also such people at the side of the Solar Divine Palace, and all of them were eyeing Yi Futian. However, since someone else had already made their move, they stood aside to see just how capable Yi Futian was. Boom! That powerful cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu stepped out and exerted his pressure. Terrifying waves of the Sky River swept all over the place, bringing about a towering might that was out to suppress all living beings. The cultivators from the academy were naturally able to sense that terrifying might. Yet, Yi Futian only took a casual look above him. Level 6, at perfect Great Path. That meant that the man was considered quite powerful, and there were not many people at such levels, even at Shangqing Domain. That man could indeed be considered a supreme cultivator. Yet, someone of such level seemed to fail to have Yi Futian take them seriously all the same. He remained standing quietly after taking a look at the other man. He looked up and said, "If you're out to test my might, I'll tell you to give up. You're not qualified enough to do so." That man was among the most powerful at the Renhuang realm in the Holy Land of Taichu. He had supreme powers, yet to Yi Futian, the man was not qualified enough to test his mettle. That was insolence unlike any other, and such powerful beings from the Holy Land of Taichu had never been belittled like this before. A terrifying storm of Great Path erupted right away. The academy seemed to have been put under a hurricane. The disciples of the academy all grunted and felt like they were about to be crushed under the pressure of that terrifying might of the Great Path. However, a formless pressure then supported them and stopped that opposing might above the air. Yi Futian was the only one who stepped out and submitted himself to experience that terrifying might from the other party in earnest. He was all confident and leisurely when he stepped out, walking totally unfazed. The storm came down in an instant, and the terrifying storm of the Great Path tore through the space. The other man continued to come lower, and every step he made become even more terrifying. Yi Futian remained unflinching and took a cold stare at him. As a palm attack came down from that terrifying storm, Yi Futian charged at the eye of that storm, completely ignoring the power of the storm of Great Path. "How insolent," the other man shouted angrily and turned the storm into his own field, stacking of terrifying attacks like it was doomsday, and he out to destroy the world. However, he saw an incredibly dazzling figure zipping through those terrifying attacks of his right away. It was as if that dazzling figure had just ignored all that powers thrown at him. That dazzling figure made it past that frightening storm and appeared right before him. A rumbling was heard, and that sound seemed to have emanated from Yi Futian's own body. He lifted his arm and threw a single punch. That powerful cultivator at Renhuang realm from the Holy Land of Taichu was blasted away before everyone's eyes. Chapter 2199, The Withdrawal. That violent strike shook the hearts of all the top figures who were above the sky. His flesh passed through the spatial storm that tore through the area, hitting the man of the same realm. His body was broken, and his internal organs were wounded as bright red blood stained his clothing. They looked at the figure in the void as divine light flowed upon Yi Futian's torso like a divine body of the Great Path. His body was the way. Several powerful Renhuang stepped forward. Although they were not on the level of giants, they were full of frightening aura nonetheless. Among them, there was an elder from the Holy Land of Taichu. His hair was half white, and his temperament was out of this world. He was carrying a sword on his back. He was clearly a swordsman. This man had the cultivation of the 8th realm and gave out a strong sense of threat. He looked down at the area below, and thousands of swords fell at the same time. Even the crowd in the distance felt a strong aura of swordsmanship. 8th realm, and an extraordinary 8th realm at that. All the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy fixed their attention on the man. The aura of this 8th realm cultivator was unusually powerful. It far surpassed the existence of anybody ordinary of the 9th realm. In fact, this cultivator was once an extraordinary man in his own right. When he was a middle Renhuang, his great path had been perfect. When he broke the realm to reach Upper Rehuang, some accidents had caused imperfections in his great path and left it incomplete. However, he worked hard at his cultivation and spent 10 years cultivating an extremely powerful sword technique. He was a well-known figure in the Taichu sparring grounds at the Holy Land of Taichu. It was a pity that he couldn't be the master of it. An incomplete great path was a major misfortune. But his combat effectiveness was one of the most powerful in the Holy Land of Taichu. And his swordsmanship was not something that ordinary cultivators in the 9th realm could bear. When he stood above the sky, Futian could feel a trace of pressure. The light of the great path flowed endlessly upon his body. It was as if his body was the source of the great path. Buzz. The two looked at each other in the air. Futian felt the gaze of the other shot at him that suddenly turned into a sword of heaven, piercing into his spiritual world, capable of immolating the soul. Futian's eyes were equally terrifying. At a glance, it seemed like an endless space, so that no matter how far down the sword plunged, it could never reach the end, as if trapped in the door of endless space. Buzz. An overwhelming sword intent enveloped the boundless space. The place where Futian was seemed to have been transformed into a sword domain, a world of swords. The elder's sword flew out of its sheath to intercept, and suddenly the swordsmanship in the firmament was like a fierce giant beast. Chop! The man uttered a word, and in the sword domain that sheltered Futian, sword lightning suddenly appeared, traversing the void and cutting through it with an unimaginable speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. It was as if a single thought would cut through the space. Boom! A monstrous power of the great path swept out above Futian. The sword of horror slashed down but did not cut through his body as expected. An amazing divine light exploded out from Futian, like an immortal divine body, imperviously to the swords. His physical form is this strong. Those major figureheads felt that their breath was taken away just by the sight in front of them. They were all giants from various places and had seen many enchanting figures in their times, especially top cultivators from the upper worlds. The enchanting genius talents they had seen were in the hundreds of thousands, with many shocking existences among them. But no one had ever seen anyone whose physical form had been cultivated to such a frightening level. In other words, it was no longer a matter of strength regarding his physical body, but rather that his body had already become one with the way. That body was a pure body of the great path. Not only had it become one with the way, but it possessed many various ways, which accounted for its great defense. Buzz. The swordsman was still standing in place, but there was an even stronger sword intent that manifested. Another section of the sword he was carrying on his back jumped out again. Suddenly, the swordsmanship became more terrifying as another sword came in for the kill. Futian continued forward as the great path roared, howling in the void. The sword came in for the kill but was unable to break through his physical defenses. It was as if his body was truly indestructible. The swordsman from the Holy Land of Taichu closed his eyes as he condensed a seal between his hands. In an instant, the sword behind him came out section by section, and with every section that came out, a sword was unleashed for the kill. In a blink of an eye, 9 swords appeared in different positions around Futian's body and pierced at him at the same time, emitting a sharp and piercing chiming sound. A terrifying sword storm tore through the space but still could not annihilate Futian's physical body. How strong! Everyone was shocked, and there was a great disturbance in their hearts. Futian's physical form was stronger beyond expectation. Could that be the body of a human cultivator? This was the real body of the way. That sword intent is incredibly strong. But even so, it still didn't manage to cut Futian, everyone thought. only to see that the sword behind the man finally became completely unsheathed. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, a chiming was resounded between heaven and earth. That cultivator seemed to emerge out of his body with his sword. He descended in front of Yi Futian. The shadow of this illusion was massive, like a god holding a sharp sword homing in for the kill. Suddenly the 9 swords around Yi Futian seemed to transform into a terrible sword matrix, resonated with the sword that fell for the slaughter. Adjudication, the swordsman spat out the word as he unleashed the sword of judgment. In the past, few people who fought him could stop this sword of his, and he, too, believed that Yi Futian would be no exception. This sword obliterated the flesh as well as his spiritual soul. But at this moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked like a glaring Vajra Buddha. With a loud roar that rocked heaven and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, it seemed that the Buddha was unleashed by the roar. As the Vajra Buddha who slew the demons, its power shocked the swordsmanship. Yi Futian raised his arm and stretched out his hand. The sword river was flowing as it gathered toward his body. His physical body and the swordsmanship were one and the same. A chiming sound was born from the sword domain. It was a long and persistent howl that resonated with Yi Futian's fingers. An infinite sword intent directly entered into his body of the great path and became one. The monstrous swordsmanship from the other seemed to be used by him. The coercion of the great path. Those giants trembled inwardly. Yi Futian was able to inflict coercion of the great path against a Renhuang in the 8th realm as if to proclaim that only he was the master of this spatial swordsmanship. The crowd saw Yi Futian's raised arm pointing forward. Suddenly a sword seemed to have materialized, a sword transformed by Yi Futian's body. The 9 swords were crushed as Yi Futian's finger landed on the elusive phantom of the divine sword. Bang! In an instant, this desolation swordsmanship collapsed and disintegrated. The swordsman from Taichu Holy Land shuddered as the spiritual soul entered his body. His face was white as a sheet. Blood poured out of his mouth. His breath was weak, as he was wounded by the great path. The crowd rushed towards him and saw that there were cracks upon his body. These cracks were hard to see with the naked eye, but those who cultivated could sense that there were cracks in his swordsmanship. On the contrary, Yi Futian's whole body was brilliant. Sword aura surrounded him, unmoving and unshakable. Could this be the strength of someone in the 6th realm? All of them had heard that Yi Futian was the only one who could perceive the corporal body of Xinjia the Great Emperor. Could the transformation of his physical body be a reward from successfully comprehending the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor? His too strong 8th realms. And it's a powerful figure from the preaching holy land of the upper worlds. Now, there are probably not many, other than the giants, who can defeat him, someone thought. Perhaps it would take a top genius from the outside world to be able to defeat Yi Futian. If there were no one from the upper worlds, Yi Futian would probably be ranked invincible just right under the major figures among all the forces in the original domain. After his return, he was already near invincible under the major figureheads. Where would he be in another 20 years? No wonder all the forces would gather here after receiving the news that Yi Futian had returned. They had to come and see for themselves how much advancements had been made by Yi Futian. At this moment, high above the sky, all those major figureheads wanted to kill Yi Futian immediately, but they had some concerns. Killing Yi Futian would provoke an all-out counterstrike from the major figures forming the alliance at Heavenly Mandate Academy, not to mention, there was a mysterious cultivator in Four Corner Village in the upper worlds. "Do you still want to continue?" asked Yi Futian. When those top figures heard what he said, they were silent. They were in a dilemma now. They dared not kill him outright, but leaving him alive would be too great a threat. The truth was that forces such as the Martial Gods Clan and Sky Reaching School had come to regret their decisions. If they could ask for a truce now, they would, but that possibility had come and gone. The conflict 20 years ago doomed them to their position today. Even if they were to seek reconciliation in private, their allies would never agree to it and may even turn on them. It was impossible to get out of this predicament where one of the two sides must be destroyed. 20 years in the Divine Prefecture has done you good. Shen Jiao looked at and said to Yi Futian, "I always thought highly of you, but unfortunately, you have been stubborn and unamiable. Now things have gone through great changes in our world, and the original realm is on the brink of major disasters. If you are willing to let go of old grievances, we can, perhaps, sit down and talk. Of course. Now that the original realm is on the verge of great changes, I am willing to let go of old grievances and work with all the forces from divine prefecture. This is also the hope of the imperial palace, replied Yi Futian, agreeing readily. However, Shen Jiao and the others were alarmed. Although Yi Futian agreed willingly, they knew that it was impossible. Yi Futian was toying with them. Even if Yi Futian agreed, could they really trust him? Could they leave Yi Futian alone and let him cultivate until he reached the peak of Renhuang? They all knew that as long as Yi Futian was still alive, they would never have peace of mind. However, they didn't need to come out and say it, as everyone had an implicit understanding. The original realm is changing rapidly, and the imperial palace's cultivators had come from divine prefecture in the lower worlds. An internal conflict really shouldn't have happened. Let us stop here, said Shen Jiao. I agree, Yi Futian replied. The Heavenly Mandate Academy could not go to war either, same as them. Then it's farewell, said Shen Jiao. He took his people to leave with him. The rest of the other forces looked at the ground below, disappearing one after another. Soon, in the mighty void, the powerful cultivators who came with the coercion disappeared between heaven and earth. It was as if they had never appeared at all. Who could imagine that not long ago, most of the power of the original realm gathered here? It was as if they were here to annihilate Heavenly Mandate Academy for good. Now, it ended in such a comical fashion. Yi Futian watched those disappearing figures but did not relax inside. This was a warning to the other, warning them not to start things they couldn't finish. But he knew very well that, given the chance, they would not hesitate to kill him. Chapter 2200, The Transformation of the Ziwei Realm. The Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation had launched their attack, but they did not go about it in the same way they had 20 years earlier. They had just made some threats and then retreated. This made the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm realize that this truly was not like it had been 20 years ago. Most of the forces that had come here were of one mind. They were not here to start a war but to protect themselves against Yi Futian's actions. The best outcome would be for the two sides to temporarily create a delicate balance and not disturb each other. They would live in this volatile situation. At the same time, they had come once to test out just how powerful Yi Futian was now. But when they saw the frightening strength that he had displayed, they became even warier in their hearts. They wanted to attack, but they were unable to. After the other forces had retreated, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allied forces enjoyed a period of calm. They did not take any actions but cultivated in peace, improving themselves gradually. That was how the situation stood. No one was willing to shatter the peace. They understood that the world would fall into chaos, but they had no way of changing this situation. The power of the divine prefecture, the dark world, and the empty divine realm had all seeped in there at the same time. It was unavoidable that the world would fall into chaos. However, the power of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allies was there. The other powers would not dare to act against them lightly. Thus, all the cultivators were able to enjoy a time of peace. The forces that had come watched all the changes in the original realm. The days passed one after another. Yi Futian cultivated calmly in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, practicing alchemy and giving the pills he created to others to use. They could struggle through taking the pills to improve their physiques, allowing them to go even further along the path of cultivation. Now that he was a Renhuang, he was in harmony with heaven and earth. If he was not killed, he would live forever and not wither away. Thus, he would naturally spend time helping those who were his elders. Even while the Heavenly Mandate Realm was at peace, the other realms were experiencing a time of great turmoil. Something major had happened in the Ziwei realm. At that moment, Yi Futian and others were all cultivating in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The teleportation Grand Matrix lit up, and Do Jiao appeared within the matrix along with a group of people. Yi Futian and the others naturally noticed this. They watched as Do Jiao strode through the air towards them until they reached the place where they were cultivating. Is something the matter? Yi Futian asked Do Zhao. Something has happened in the Ziwei realm, said Do Zhao in his clear voice. Those guys are all crazy. They have cut open the veins of the earth within the Ziwei realm. Moreover, it was the faction from the school of the Emperor Star that went down and opened the underground door, causing an earthquake throughout the whole realm. Yi Futian's eyes narrowed slightly. Had they acted against the Ziwei realm? Moreover, it had happened at the school of the Emperor Star. The school of the Emperor Star was the most powerful force within the Ziwei realm. Taking the Emperor Star as its name, its inheritance must be extraordinary. What happened? A group of figures walked in, all of them looking at Do Zhao. The forms of the 9 realms all seemed to hide some secrets. Now, the forces that had come from outside did not want to let such a thing go. They wanted to open up the secret doors. For the cultivators who had come from other realms, they basically did not care whether people from the original realm lived or died, and they definitely did not care about their cultivation. They wanted to uncover the secrets of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They wanted to unearth their treasures and leave. And if their actions caused the realms to collapse, what did that matter to them? Previously, there had been news spreading through the Ziwei realm that the school of the Emperor Star was protecting the veins of the earth there. Now, it seems like that information was not false. The school of the Emperor Star must know something, which is why they agreed to have those outsiders come and open the door. They discovered a frightening underground palace in the core of the Ziwei realm, said Do Zhao. An underground palace? Everyone's eyes narrowed. The Shadow Realm had had the Shadow Divine Stone underground. Why would there be a palace under the Ziwei realm? Now, those who are going to the Ziwei realm have guessed that this underground palace is probably an imperial palace, continued Do Zhao. An ancient palace of the great emperor. Of course, this is only a guess. As of yet, no one has uncovered its secrets. All of the realms must have heard this news by now, though, and many cultivators are heading to the Ziwei realm. Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, "Go and let the others know." With the Heavenly Mandate Academy as its center, the teleportation Great Matrix could send people to many other top-level powers. The Dou tribe, the clan of the 7 Slayers, the Nantian Divine Kingdom, the Xiao clan, and the Yuanyang clan were all connected through the teleportation Great Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Very well. After a while, the teleportation Great Matrix was activated, sending people to the other forces to let them know what was going on. Before long, cultivators from all over were gathering at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "You are wounded, and the Academy needs someone to guard it, so please do not leave," said Yi Futian to Lord Taishen. Lord Taishen nodded. These days, he spent all his time recovering. When Yi Futian and the others came back, he could rest a lot easier, and the pressure on him would lessen quite a bit. The Heavenly Mandate Academy needed someone to guard it. If some sort of problem were to suddenly arise, they would be able to temporarily deal with it if they had someone powerful there. The other cultivators set off, activating the teleportation Great Matrix. The Dou tribe stood high in the heavens, looking vast and mighty within the Ziwei realm. The elder of the Dou tribe was there waiting for them. When he saw them coming, he came out to meet them, saying, "Something big will likely happen here in the Ziwei realm." Everyone nodded. They naturally still remembered what had happened 20 years ago with the Shadow Realm. Ever since then, the Shadow Realm had been set on a ruinous path. Now, people had opened up the veins of the earth in the Ziwei realm. After this, it would likely go the same way as it had with the Shadow Realm. And before that happened, this sword would probably sweep up countless cultivators of the Ziwei realm. "Let's go and take a look," said Xiao Dingtian. He wanted to go and see what lay beneath the earth of the Ziwei realm as well. Ever since the Dark World had started to rampage through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and destroyed many realms, the top forces of the 9 Supreme Realms had guarded their secrets closely. The Shadow Realm and the Hidden Land Realm had already changed beyond recognition. The forces of Sun God Mountain now controlled the Shadow Realm. The Central Imperial Realm was the most stable because there were so many top forces there. The empty Imperial Palace was there as well, and no one would dare move against them lightly. Thus, the place that most powers would want to strike first was the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Many of them had taken the opportunity to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but they had been blocked by the powerful figures there. Now, the Ziwei realm had been struck first. Everyone stood up together and flew up into the sky, heading off into the distance. They pierced through the air, moving faster and faster. After a while, they descended from on high down towards the Ziwei realm. They saw that terrible cracks had appeared in the earth here that spread out into the endless distance. None of them knew how wide the gashes were. They filled the entire realm. The closer they came to the school of the Emperor Star, the cracks became even more terrible. The atmosphere of the whole realm had become disturbed. The aura of heaven and earth was mightily unsettled. When they came near to the school of the Emperor Star, they saw an endlessly deep black hole that was vastly wide. It seemed to have broken open swiftly, like a sinkhole. A terrifying aura was seeping out of the sinkhole. Many cultivators stood around it, gazing down into it. Futian and the others moved downward. The horrible aura that was seeping out of the sinkhole had faint divine light flowing in it. As they moved into the sinkhole, they could tell that it was this terrifying power that had caused the cracks all over the Ziwei realm to appear and spread out continuously. What frightening power! Everyone could feel the aura seeping out from within. Even these powerful and famous figures were all afraid of it. It was very similar to what had happened in the Shadow Realm. If things continue like this, the whole Ziwei realm will likely be split open, which lead to the realm being divided into different continents, said the elder of the Dou tribe, a hint of sorrow in his tone. The most unfortunate ones were the common folk. The lower one's level of cultivation, the more terrible it would have been for them. They would likely have been destroyed in this transformation. They had been buried for these people's ambition. The school of the Emperor Star was gone, but its cultivators were still there. They stood off in another direction, staring down. The palace lord held a scepter in his hands, and divine light wrapped around him, mingling with the faint divine light coming out of the sinkhole. You did not hesitate to bury the school of the Emperor Star, and you also sought to open up the forbidden door? The elder of the Dou tribe lowered his head as he spoke, his voice empty. This made the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star look up at him, purple radiance flashing in his eyes. The school of the Emperor Star will only become stronger from this, answered the palace lord, looking back at the elder. Even if you do open the forbidden door, why do you think the ones who will get the most out of it will be you, said the elder of the Dou tribe sarcastically. This transformation would attract cultivators from many different realms. If the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star wanted to unearth the treasures to claim them for himself, it would not be easy. Even the forces allied to him would probably gaze at him like a tiger gazing at its prey. You do not need to concern yourselves over this, the palace lord responded, looking back down into the empty space. Divine light flashed on his scepter, looking incredibly terrifying. It was as if it was able to produce a resonance with the power coming out of the hole. This made many people wonder. Could it be that the divine item underground had a connection to the modern school of the Emperor Star? Up in the sky, cultivators appeared one after another as more forces descended upon the Ziwei realm. When they arrived, they stood in different places, looking down in the hole in the earth. They would not act lightly here. As more cultivators arrived, Futian saw some familiar figures. They were people that he knew from the divine prefecture, such as people from the top forces in the Shangqing domain and the Donghua domain. They had shown up here as well. Cultivators from many different places were all gathered there. The ones who had come from the Donghua domain and the Shangqing domain naturally saw Futian and the others as well. At that moment, someone with an incredibly sharp gaze was staring at Futian. There was a fierce look of pride in his eyes and a sense that he looked down on and despised everyone beneath him. It was, of course, Ninghua, the vice-chief of the domain chief of the Donghua domain's manor and the man who was known as the greatest genius of the Donghua domain. Standing near him were cultivators from all over the Donghua domain. They had not split up when they had come to the original realm. Now that the original realm had undergone great changes, they all had more or less the same goals. Thus, they had gathered together as a group, with the forces of the domain chief's manor as their center. The cultivators of the Donghua domain already knew all about the storm that Futian had caused in the Shangqing domain. Back then, the palace lord Ling Yunzi of Lingxiao Palace and Emperor Yang of the great Yang ancient royal family had even attacked Four Corner City, and thus they had paid great attention to that area. Afterward, they never would have thought that Yi Futian's name would make all of the Shangqing domain tremble and that he would become the central figure of Four Corner Village. He had received the protection of the master of Four Corner Village. When the cultivators of the Shangqing realm had attacked him, the master had driven them away. Now, Yi Futian's status had risen greatly. It would not be that easy if they wanted to move against him. Yi Futian looked back at Ning Hua, and terrifying killing will poured from his eyes. He had not forgotten Zhong Chan's death at the Battle of the Donghua domain. He would also never forget the dismissal of Wangshan Watchtower. Zhong Chan was the favored disciple of the Millet Emperor, the foremost genius of Wangshan Watchtower. He was an upper-level Runhuan with a perfect divine wheel of the 7th tier. He was one of the 4 great figures of the Donghua domain. He had an incomparably bright future. He had been fated to become one of the heroes of the age. However, he had been slain by Ning Hua in the battle where the domain chief's manor targeted Wangshan Watchtower. Yi Futian would not forget that. This debt would certainly be repaid. If Chen Yi had not brought him out of that battle, and if Emperor Shi had not sent his personal disciple Yang Wuqi to save him by blocking Ning Hua, allowing Yi Futian to be brought to Turtle Deity Island, things would have gone very badly for him. He would have died at Ning Hua's hands. It could be said that Yi Futian wished to kill Ning Hua, even more so than he wished to kill the cultivators of the great Yang ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace. He was the man that he must slay. The two of them locked gazes, and their eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. But there was still arrogance in Ning Hua's eyes, whereas Yi Futian's were full of determination. Even though Ning Hua was the vice-chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain, he would still kill him. At that moment, a beautiful woman nodded at Yi Futian and said, "I trust you have been well since last we parted, Emperor Yi." Yi Futian looked over at her. Qin Qing was one of the 3 great disciples of the sword goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow in the Donghua domain. Beside her were 2 other goddesses, Jiang Yueli and Chu Hanshi. And the sword goddess herself was standing before the 3 of them. She had come in person to the empty realm. Due to the complicated relationship between Yi Futian and the domain chief's manor, the cultivators of the Donghua domain naturally had to maintain a certain distance from Yi Futian. Qin Qing did not have to be like this. One reason was that several of the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow regarded Yi Futian's favorably and thought that he had perhaps even more potential than Ning Hua. The second reason was due to the divine palace of fluttering snow's own strength. The sword goddess was the foremost sword wielder in the Donghua domain. Even the domain chief had to respect her. Thus, they did not have to worry too much about this relationship. "I hope you have been well as well," replied Yi Futian politely. Then he looked at Sword Goddess and said, "Greetings, Senior." Sword Goddess nodded slightly. She knew all about what had happened to him in the Shangqing domain. He was indeed worthy of being called a hero. He had become more and more outstanding ever since he had left the Donghua domain. Now the master of Four Corner Village was taking care of him. If Domain Chief Ning Yuan wanted to move against him, he would have to think long and hard about it. The other people that he knew also looked at Yi Futian, like the Taihua Skylord of Taihua Mountain and the goddess Taihua. Yi Futian was skilled at the divine melody, and he had left a deep impression on them. Huang of the Desolate God Palace naturally saw Yi Futian as well. This talented man had displayed his enormously powerful divine wheel at Donghua Academy and had become incredibly famous in the Shangqing domain after he left. Who knew how powerful he was now? Yi Futian's 2 great enemies had come as well, Emperor Yang of the great Yang ancient royal family and Palace Lord Ling Yunzi of Lingxiao Palace. They stared at Yi Futian, their murderous intent clear on their faces. The domain chief of the domain chief's manor Ning Yuan had not come. Emperor Yang and Ling Yunzi had come because Ning Yuan had promised to guard their lair for them. Lingxiao Palace was in the Donghua heavens, so Ning Yuan was able to guard it directly. The great Yang ancient royal family was nearby as well, and so the domain chief's manor had secretly sent a top figure there as well. Moreover, The domain chief's manor had set up a teleportation matrix connecting the two forces so that they could support each other instantly. Their goal was obviously to protect against the Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng. They hoped that when the two of them appeared, they could take them down to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, these two great powers would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They would not dare to make any rash actions. Whenever they left, they had to worry about the safety of their home. Domain Chief Ning Yuan did not dare to leave either. The Millet Emperor and Wangsheng Watchtower had a deep alliance. The Millet Emperor, who bore the divine Stella, could wield its power, giving him the ability to let loose terrifying combat ability. He was even able to fight Ning Yuan, which had been put to the test last time. Thus, Ning Yuan had to stay at the Domain Chief Manor. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the people from these forces. When the original realm was in chaos, people gathered from all directions. The Millet Emperor, Li Changsheng, Zhong Chan, and the other cultivators of Wangsheng Watchtower should all be here too, but there was no trace of them. Zhong Chan had been slain, and the Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng were hidden away in secret. This was all the fault of the Domain Chief's manor. He naturally understood that the great Yang ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace had been sent here by the Domain Chief's manor. The Domain Chief's manor was backing them. In another direction, Yi Futian could see many of the forces from the Shangqing domain, cultivators from the Nanhai family, the Lu family, the Demon Cloud clan, and more were all there. They were gazing at Yi Futian as well. Nowadays, no one in the Shangqing domain did not know Yi Futian. In the battle where they had threatened Four Corner Village, the master had fought like a stampeding god. Yi Futian's name was now incredibly glorious as well and had spread all throughout the world. Seeing the many powerful people around Yi Futian, they could already tell that he had come from the original realm and that he was a cultivator from there. But they never would have thought that he was so powerful within the original realm. And there were many powerful people following him as well. Sure enough, the light of such a person could not be concealed here. Presumably, before he had left the original realm, his name had already shaken this unfallen world. The forces of the original realm naturally did not need to say very much. They were obviously very familiar with Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian left a deep impression everywhere he went. Of course, in addition to this, many of the top figures who had come from the mainland were not familiar with Yi Futian. Many of the cultivators here had frightening auras, and their power filled the sky. Standing there was like standing amidst the ancient gods. Yi Futian had never before seen such a terrifying formation. Even back when the Divine Prefecture and the two great powers had fought a small-scale war, there had not been a formation like this. After all, the power that the three forces had mobilized at that time had been limited. But this time was different. The Imperial Palace had let all the forces of the Divine Prefecture come here, and most of the forces from the Dark Realm and the Empty Divine Realm had sent their top figures to the original realm. Thus, it could be said that once the original realm began to change, the group of people that appeared was unprecedentedly strong. Not only were the heroes of the original realm there, but also all the top powerhouses of the vast world. In addition to those of the cultivators that had come, there was also a terrible aura coming from the darkness. No one went out into it, but everyone could sense the invisible power seeping out of it. Who knew how many cultivators coveted the power of the original realm? Because of this, Do Jiao had scolded the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star. Although the forces that had come from the Divine Prefecture were greedy, many of them still had some scruples and would not dare be too outrageous. The Imperial Palace was ever present, and they would not dare to directly destroy the 9 realms. However, as a native power of the Ziwei realm, the school of the Emperor Star had actually destroyed the base of power for their own faction. They had opened up the veins of the earth. In that way, the other forces did not need to stand on ceremony and had come here one by one. Perhaps this was because the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star held a scepter that could produce a resonance with the power within. Maybe that was why he thought he could do it. Beside Yi Futian, old Ma looked into the deep hole. The power coming out of there is terrifying. It will not be easy to go in. Terrible light was shining out, and the power that seeped out of the hole could truly be called horrifying. Even top-level figures would not lightly set foot inside. This power will probably gradually weaken. You can see that right now, it is spreading out through the entire Ziwei realm. The peak of the power has been unleashed. It will probably lead to the destruction of the Ziwei realm, Emperor Nan whispered, seemingly concerned. If this was truly the case, the cultivators of the Ziwei realm were truly unfortunate. They would likely be thrust into an abyss of misery. The actions of the school of the Emperor Star had truly been without pity or mercy. Chapter 2202, A Stone? The crowd did not dare to make any sudden movements as they gazed down from the sky above. The endless rumbling sounds were as though an earthquake was occurring. The entire Ziwei realm was quaking. Return immediately and protect the tribesmen, the chief of the Dou tribe ordered the cultivators behind him. Understood, acknowledged the cultivators as they left and returned to the Dou tribe. The clan leader of Clan of the Seven Slayers also naturally realized this. He immediately gave the same order. They all sensed that something big was about to happen to the Ziwei realm. The catastrophe this time would be even direr than what happened to the Shadow realm last time. In the endless space in the sky above, beams of divine light shone down onto the ground. The divine light resonated with things underground, causing the light to glow even brighter and radiate out into the vast space. The cracks in the ground kept propagating outwards, followed by intense rumbling. The crowd vaguely sensed that the underground palace was about to break out through the ground. It seemed that it would destroy the entire Ziwei realm as it emerged from below. A celestial force, said Futian as he looked up at the divine halos that were raining down. It is indeed a celestial force of heaven and earth, commented the chief of the Dou tribe beside Futian as he nodded his head. Also, this is no ordinary power. It carries an air of nobility, as though it possesses a supreme aura. That means that these powers correspond to the different powers of the Ziwei realm. It seems that everything is secretly connected, said Emperor Nan in a low voice. At that moment, the hearts of the cultivators of the Ziwei realm were trembling frenziedly. They were in a state of panic when they discovered that their entire world was changing. The ground collapsed and shattered as cracks propagated outwards. There were even large chunks of land that were completely split off from the Ziwei realm and floated in the sky. What was happening? Many people did not even know what was going on. Panic was spreading frantically. The Ziwei realm was one of the 9 supreme imperial realms. There were countless living beings and cultivators living in it. This panic seemed to coalesce into a mass of frightening emotion. Even across the vast distances, the top figures in the direction of the school of the Emperor Star could faintly sense it. The figures of Emperor Nan, the chief of the Dou tribe, and other cultivators leaped into the sky. Their terrifying wills swept out and enveloped the vast space as they said, "The Ziwei realm is about to collapse. All cultivators, take to the skies." "How are we going to deal with this?" asked the chief of the Dou tribe. "The Ziwei realm is full of cultivators. They should know what to do when they see the changes to the surface of the realm. However, the small number of ordinary folk who have no cultivation will meet their end," lamented Emperor Nan. As he gazed at the palace lord of school of the Emperor Star, there was a cold look in his eyes. Right then, the sound of Buddha filled the skies. An ancient Buddha from the mountain realm descended with his hands together and a stern expression on his face. Sensing the situation in the Ziwei realm, he said, "The palace lord of school of the Emperor Star will bear the consequences for acting in such a manner." The palace lord of school of the Emperor Star looked up at the Buddha. It was Master Pudu. He replied, "I believe in fate, not cause and effect." Right now, he wanted to change his fate. The major change in the world was an opportunity. There had always been an ancient legend in the school of the Emperor Star. He wanted to open this forbidden door to see whether the ancient legend was true. Master Pudu chanted the sound of Buddha. The light of Buddha circled him, bearing an air of compassion. The cultivators of the dark world destroyed the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. As a local force of the original realm, the school of the Emperor Star was also attempting to open this forbidden door. It would inevitably backfire on them. Terrifying divine light burst forth from below. The crowd saw the cracks grow bigger and bigger. Gradually, the entire continent was splitting apart. Rumble. Loud, intense rumbling could be heard. The people in the sky above still stood there watching. Underneath the dazzling light of the stars, huge boulders were flying towards them. However, the boulders were immediately destroyed and turned to dust before they could reach the cultivators. The entire Ziwei realm was falling to pieces. Countless cultivators from the Ziwei realm were weeping. Futian stared down below. Huge boulders the size of mountains were crashing towards him. However, when they approached him, they were destroyed and shattered to pieces by the power of the Great Path. He gazed down below and secretly sighed. The disturbance this time was even more frightening than back then in the Shadow Realm. Among the 9 supreme realms, the Ziwei realm was most likely about to follow the footsteps of the Hidden Land realm. It would end up being destroyed. This frightening phenomenon persisted for a long while. The crowd still stood high in the sky above. However, it was as though they were standing in a vast empty space. They were no longer above a world. Around them, countless boulders were floating about. In the distance, it was as though large chunks of the continent had broken apart and were moving in different directions. Beneath them, beams of blinding light shot up at the crowd. Starlight also rained down from the endless space. The lights intertwined. Was the underground palace so big? The crowd felt their hearts leap. Even the giant-level figures felt their hearts tremble. It was too big. It seemed endless, as though the underground palace that caused the Ziwei realm to be torn apart covered the vast space. Was this actually an underground palace? It might be that, previously, the crowd had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Was there such a large underground palace? The chief of the Do tribe asked. What do all of you think this looks like? The various cultivators in the sky were looking at the huge object that had appeared. An extremely frightening starlight was radiating from within it. A stone, said Futian. A stone, the chief of the Do tribe asked as he revealed a strange look. Was this a stone even larger than a city? If it was a different shape, doesn't it look like a star? Asked Futian. The people around him revealed strange looks. This power and the starlight flowing around it did indeed make it resemble a star. Is it a meteorite left behind by a falling star? Suggested the chief of the Do tribe. It might be a stone of the heavenly path from ancient times, said Futian. This caused the people surrounding him to reveal thoughtful expressions. Of course, this is all just simple speculation, said Futian in a low voice. Such pure power of the Great Path birthed the Ziwei realm after many years. It made the Ziwei realm and now will also destroy it. It might be as you say, said the dynastic overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan. He felt that what Futian said seemed very close to the truth. However, if it is a stone, why are they trying to open it? Asked Duan Tianxiong. Futian revealed a pensive look when he heard him say this. He looked over at the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star. The other party walked down towards the ground. It might be that this stone contains secrets. Futian guessed. As they were speaking, an astonishing lightning storm appeared in the sky above. Terrifying divine lightning descended from the sky and directly struck the gigantic stone. However, the gigantic stone floating in the air did not budge. The attacks of the top figures could not move it at all. If this was truly a stone, the stone itself was a very precious divine item. In the vast sky, there were many cultivators. They all stood in different locations, but their gazes were locked on the huge stone. They had never seen such a huge stone. The stone contained an astonishing aura of the Great Path on it. It was as though the purest and most ancient power of the Great Path was emanating from it. Some of the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had pensive looks. The collapse of the heavenly path formed 2 unique realms. The original realm was an ethereal world. Many years ago, countless cultivators had come to extract all the divine treasures here. Over the countless eons, all the valuable treasures of the original realm had been ransacked. Yet, it seemed as though some secrets still existed. If all that was left was this gigantic stone, it was not very valuable for the cultivators. After all, they couldn't devise any use for the stone. They couldn't even move it to another location. Perhaps precisely for this reason, the giant level figures in the past didn't do anything to it. However, right now, could they discover something within it? Right at this moment, a figure emerged from the crowd and walked towards the gigantic divine stone. This person was none other than the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star. With a scepter in his hand, he approached the stone with a serious expression. He was surrounded by starlight as he put on a pious attitude. This scene caused the Shun clan and other alliance forces of the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star to reveal strange expressions. Could it be that what the palace lord said was true? This time, the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star actively invited them to join forces with him to open this forbidden door. Before this, they were suspicious as to why he would do so. After all, the school of the Emperor Star would suffer the greatest loss since the place would be flattened and disappear. Logically speaking, the palace lord would not want that to happen. This was unless the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star had secrets that he didn't tell them. He might know some secrets about the Ziwei realm. All the cultivators in the vast sky remained still and observed the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star. His figure appeared exceptionally tiny on top of the gigantic divine stone. Suddenly, divine lights shone from his body. An ancient book appeared in his left hand. The pages in the book had yellowed, indicating its long history. It had been passed down for countless years. However, as this ancient book slowly opened, brilliant divine light actually surged from within it. It intertwined into a gigantic pattern like a star atlas. It seems that the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star has actually kept some secrets, said the chief of the Do tribe. Many people realized this. Right now, the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star had a stern expression as he held the ancient book. The power of the great path around him frenziedly surged into the book. The star atlas formed from the ancient book immediately kept expanding, spreading out towards the vast space. Very quickly, a beam of light shot out from the star atlas and landed on the gigantic, seemingly endless, divine stone. Right then, many people astonishingly discovered that grooves began to appear on the divine stone and actually appeared to add radiance to the star atlas. The star atlas grew brighter and brighter. In the heavens above, endless starlight shone down and resonated with the divine stone. Then, a beam of even more brilliant light shone down. The beam of light seemed to break the divine stone apart, causing it to shine even brighter. The dazzling divine light kept flowing like a current all over the divine stone. The grooves that resembled the night sky bore a majestic sense of beauty. Many cultivators exchanged glances with the people beside them. They could not hide the astonishment in their eyes. The divine stone seemed to be carved with grooves. "It is a matrix," commented Futian in a low voice. "It might even be a divine matrix." "There is a divine matrix carved on the outside of this divine stone," someone asked. They were astonished. If such a gigantic divine stone was enveloped in a divine matrix, how frightening would the matrix be? What sort of matrix would it be? Many people suddenly became cautious. If this matrix were dangerous, it would most likely affect the vast space. The palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star stopped in his tracks. The beam of light descended from the sky. It was blinding. The frightening currents of light still spread across the divine stone. More and more grooves appeared, and brilliant starlight faintly radiated from them. Futian narrowed his gaze and stared at the divine stone down below. What was that light that was seeping out from the divine stone? Could it be that this divine stone could be broken apart? If that was the case, what was hidden within such an enormous divine stone? Is this divine stone a sealed object? Other cultivators suggested. They had some speculation as to what it was. If this divine stone was a sealed object itself, what sort of divine item would be sealed within it? It was such a terrifying grand matrix. Could it be that it was a sealing divine matrix? This star atlas must be the key to unlocking the seal. In the sky above, many giant level figures began to roughly figure things out. If it were as they speculated, the sealed item within would be extraordinary. Otherwise, who would go to such lengths to keep it sealed? Giant level figures had tested the grand matrix out. Their attacks could not affect the divine stone at all. The divine item that they could not break apart was merely a seal for another item. One could imagine how terrifying the person who set this up must have been. For a moment, everyone was speculating as to what was contained inside. Right now, they merely hoped that the palace lord of the School of the Emperor Star could successfully unlock the seal of the divine stone. For now, they could only wait. The crowd waited patiently in the sky above as they watched the flowing divine light spread and envelop the gigantic divine stone. After a long while, the exterior of the divine stone finally lit up with blinding divine light. The countless engravings intertwined like a terrifying divine matrix. The palace lord of the School of the Emperor Star stood high in the sky and looked down at the divine matrix below. A pattern appeared on the star atlas that pointed to one location. A beam of divine light instantly shot towards that direction. The figure of the palace lord of the School of the Emperor Star floated towards that point. Right then, the cultivators in the sky followed behind him. They faintly sensed that he was about to unravel the matrix. The figure of the palace lord of the School of the Emperor Star stopped at a spot. Right now, he was exceptionally excited. His gaze revealed a feverish look of obsession. The ancient legend was actually true. The mysterious book that he found turned out to be the real key to unlocking the secrets of the past. Their School of the Emperor Star actually had such astonishing origins. How could he not be emotional? If he could inherit what was in the divine stone, could he break through the shackles of the heavenly path? The various cultivators could sense the excitement of the palace lord of the School of the Emperor Star. A person of his cultivation level would have an extremely calm state of mind. Yet, faced with such a divine relic, he could not suppress the emotions overflowing from deep within his heart. However, the palace lord of the School of the Emperor Star was still a person who stood above the rest. He took a deep breath and came to a spot. He then released the scepter in his hand and allowed it to gravitate towards the matrix below. It happened to enter a vortex, like a key opening a ruin. In that instant, endless divine light burst forth from the divine matrix. It outshone the sun and caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. The cultivators were sent flying from the shockwaves. Futian was also pushed back high into the sky by the formless wave. It was the same for the giant level figures. The divine stone opened, and the sealed history within it was also opened. Dazzling divine light lit up the heavens. Right then, even the cultivators from other realms could see the light from this space. The divine light radiated outwards for billions and billions of miles, reaching the ends of space like a divine bridge. Flowing light of the great path circled the figures of the cultivators. It blocked the storm that sent them flying. They looked towards the divine light. Then, everyone saw an astonishing scene that caused their gazes to be frozen there. Intense ripples of emotion welled up within them, and they could not calm down for a long while. They saw an actual divine miracle. Futian was similarly astonished at the miraculous scene before his eyes. Intense waves of emotion welled up inside of his heart. Even though he had an extraordinary imagination, he had not dared to imagine that such a scene would appear before his eyes. The thing sealed within the divine stone was not a divine item, it was a world. The starlight that radiated out for billions of miles lit up the endless space. Many cultivators of other realms looked up towards the direction of the light. After the collapse of the heavenly path, the void realm became the 3,000 realms of the great path. Aside from the realms, other places were endless void. However, right now, endless starlight forged a divine bridge. The cultivators saw a galaxy when they looked up at the sky. The starlight orbited around in space. The countless stars in the sky vaguely formed a dazzling pattern. They formed a gigantic silhouette. It seemed as though the galaxy was formed from the body of a deity. This was a true independent world. A separate world was sealed within the divine stone. What was truly astonishing was that the cultivators saw traces of human civilization within the galaxy across the vast distance. The sealed-off world was the same as the outside world. It was a world where cultivators existed. This made them think of the original realm subconsciously. Wasn't it also the same? It was a true divine relic. Only a deity could pull off such a feat. Was this a world from the ancient era? Many people thought to themselves with serious expressions. No one knew when the 9 supreme imperial realms were formed, to begin with. This world was sealed in the core of the Ziwei realm. This meant that a deity might have created this world and sealed it away to protect his people during the collapse of the heavenly path. After countless years, the dust-laden seal was finally opened today, and this world appeared once again. Whose work was this? This silhouette formed from the endless starlight must be that of the deity. Which ancient-era deity was this? The changes in the world originate from the original realm, someone mumbled. It seemed that the rumors were not made up. An ancient world actually appeared in the original realm. Most likely, even Donghuang the Great had never imagined this would happen. Down below, the palace lord of School of the Emperor Star looked up into the sky with a stern expression. What do you know? Right then, someone looked down and asked the palace lord of School of the Emperor Star. Which great emperor is this? Another person asked. Since the palace lord of School of the Emperor Star had obtained the key to open the seal, he should know some things. He is the Star Lord of Ziwei, Ziwei the Great, declared the palace lord of School of the Emperor Star. As expected, the ancient legend passed down in the School of the Emperor Star was true. A few top figures from other realms had stern expressions. They had guessed as much. In ancient legends, the Star Lord of Ziwei was one of the most powerful gods in the world. He ruled over a segment and was a god worshipped by countless people. They never imagined that they would be able to see a divine relic left behind by Ziwei the Great today. It was a world that he had previously protected. Even though Ziwei the Great had perished long ago and disappeared into the annals of history, he had sealed the world off and protected his people. His worshippers had, fortunately, survived the catastrophe of the heavenly path. This kind of strength to change one's fate was unprecedented. Such a legendary figure was awe-inspiring. How powerful exactly were the gods back then? At that moment, silhouettes rose into the sky and headed over towards the galaxy. If that was a world previously protected by Ziwei the Great, how was their cultivation after so many years? They wanted to take a look. Let's go. Futian and the others similarly took to the skies. In different locations in the empty space, the various cultivators traversed the sky and headed towards the galaxy. The cultivators were extremely fast. However, after the divine matrix was opened, the sealed divine light reached the ends of the space and shone out billions of miles. The distance was actually very far away. In the endless void, the various cultivators also pulled apart the distances between them as they traveled. After all, compared to the endless void, their figures were minuscule. Aside from that, the cultivators of the Ziwei realm had lost their homes. They followed the beam of divine light and headed forward to seek a new place to call home. However, with their level of cultivation, it would take them a long time to arrive. Futian and the others traversed across the empty space. They also took a long time to reach the world of the galaxy. Many stars were orbiting within the space. Each of them was filled with prosperous signs of life. They all showed traces of humankind. I never imagined that we would see an ancient world in the Void Realm, exclaimed Emperor Nan. His heart could not calm down. They headed towards a world and landed on the ground. The world was teeming with life. It was the same as the world they lived in. Under the protection of the divine light of Ziwei, this galaxy functioned with its own independent set of rules. For the people who lived here, they did not even know what had happened. The seal of their god had been opened, and the world they were in had been connected with the original realm. However, the laws of this world had not been destroyed due to the protection of the divine light. Their galaxy still functioned with its same principles. Hence, they only felt a small tremor just now before everything returned to normal. Futian exchanged glances with the people around him. From this day forth, there would be another world in the original realm aside from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They came to a city with many cultivators. However, their level of cultivation did not seem to be high. Let me go down and ask around, said Futian. His figure immediately disappeared from his spot in a flash and appeared in the city's streets below. The streets were filled with people. Futian appearing out of thin air drew the attention of many around him. His handsome face, as well as his white hair and robes, served to accentuate his extraordinary temperament. Some women even snuck gazes in his direction from time to time. This person was certainly an extraordinary senior. "Young miss, may I ask you about some things?" Futian could not help but ask a beautiful woman who was looking at him. The woman's eyes sparkled, and she seemed to avoid him a little. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Certainly, sir." "Where is this place?" asked Futian. The woman raised her head and looked at him when she heard his question. She revealed a strange expression. "Of course, this is Tiani City. Which world are we in?" Futian continued asking. The woman's expression grew even more bizarre. This man was so handsome, yet it seemed that he had lost his mind. Futian also felt that something was off. Indeed, for an ordinary person, she might not know the truth of this world at all. It was like back then when he was cultivating in the city of Qingju. How could he have possibly fathomed what the world was like back then? He thought that the 9 states continent was the entire world. "Sorry to have disturbed you," said Futian as he turned and left. He shook his head slightly as he thought to himself. From the looks of it, he needed to find the strongest person in this realm to get the answers he wanted. The woman saw Futian shaking his head. She thought to herself that it was such a pity that this pretty face was actually a fool. Chapter 2205, World of the Great Emperor. Futian and the others very quickly found the strongest place in the area, Tianhuan Palace. Tianhuan Palace was at the center of this world. It was a ruling force of this independent world. The most talented figures would be sent to Tianhuan Palace to cultivate. As Futian traveled along, he discovered that, overall, the abilities of the cultivators of this world were actually very powerful. They were far superior compared to the standard of the original realm. They were even on par with the core continents of the divine prefecture. He discovered many people who had flawless great paths. This should be related to the uniqueness of this world. Ziwei the Great sealed away this world. They should have inherited his path. This world might be functioning based on the laws that Ziwei the Great set. Tianhuan Palace was situated in the central region of this star world. It towered between the heavens and the earth majestically, its palaces seeming overbearing and grandiose. Futian's group came to the outside of Tianhuan Palace, and they looked into its courtyard. Futian said to the people beside him, "You all should come along. The people inside this place should all be top figures. It would probably be more effective if people of the same level as them visited them. We are cultivators from the original realm. We have come to offer our greetings to Tianhuan Palace," Xiao Dingtian declared loudly. His voice reverberated in the space and descended upon the vast Tianhuan Palace. Immediately, countless cultivators within Tianhuan Palace looked up. Wills swept over towards them. The cultivators revealed astonished expressions. Many of them took to the skies with extremely serious looks on their faces. What was going on? So many powerful cultivators had arrived. However, from the main hall of Tianhuan Palace, an elder wearing grey robes emerged and stood outside the main hall. His gaze seemed to pierce the space as he looked outside. He replied, "Tianhuan Palace welcomes our distinguished guests. Please come in." "Many thanks," replied Xiao Dingtian. Immediately, the cultivators headed into Tianhuan Palace. They came straight up to the outside of the main hall of Tianhuan Palace and saw the grey-robed elder. He had restrained his aura, yet they could still sense that he was a giant-level figure. The Renhuangs around him were also extraordinary cultivators with frightening auras. However, right now, they were looking at the people from the outside world with cautious looks. After all, this lineup was too powerful. It was sufficient to eradicate their Tianhuan Palace. If the other party came with ill intentions, Tianhuan Palace would most likely be in deep trouble. After Futian and the others entered, they showed no ill will, instead bowing respectfully at them. When they saw this, the other party also courteously bowed back at them. Tianhuan Palace Lord asked, "Where have you all come from?" "We are all from the outside world. Sir, Do you know that this independent world has undergone some changes? Xiao Dingtian asked. Replied Tianhuan Palace Lord as he nodded his head. We are already aware of it. The seal has been opened, has it not? The various cultivators narrowed their eyes. It seemed that Tianhuan Palace Lord already knew about this. That meant that these top figures knew the truth about their cultivation world. Responded Xiao Dingtian as he also nodded his head. We are cultivators from the outside world. After the seal was unraveled, we came to this world. Hence, we intentionally came over to seek guidance as to what sort of world this place is. Before this, when asking passers-by, some of them took Futian for a fool. However, the strongest people in the realm immediately understood their intention. From the looks of it, the other party might know much more than they imagined. Tianhuan Palace Lord nodded and said, Everyone, please come in. Many thanks, replied Xiao Dingtian as he saluted with his fists. He then followed the other party and sat down at the seats arranged in front of the main hall. Both parties sat across from one another. Tianhuan Palace Lord then said, Since you all have broken the seal and come from the outside world, you should know about some things. We suppose this is an ancient world. Back during the collapse of the heavenly path, Ziwei the Great sealed off this independent world. After countless eons, today, the seal has finally been opened, said Xiao Dingtian. The other party nodded their head slightly and explained, In our world of Ziwei, similar ancient legends have been passed down. Back then, Ziwei the Great protected our people by sealing our world away in this Ziwei segmentum. You all from the outside world must have certainly seen it. Our world is also known as the Ziwei segmentum. These are all lands ruled by Ziwei the Great back in the day. This Ziwei segmentum forms its own world. There should be little difference between our world and the outside world. However, these secrets are only known by the top figures. Unless one reaches the Renhuang plane, it would be difficult to leave one's own star, let alone this segment. Futian and the others nodded their heads slightly. It was as they had expected. This place was the world of Ziwei the Great. Did the great emperor leave behind his will? Futian asked. He should have, the other party replied as he glanced at Futian and nodded his head. Although no one has seen the actual body of Ziwei the Great, in the world of Ziwei, he is the supreme deity. All the laws here obey the will of Ziwei the Great. The entire segment is encompassed within his will. I believe that this is the display of the will of Ziwei the Great. He has always been protecting this world. Futian and the others understood what the other party said. Ziwei the Great was the god worshipped by everyone in this world. He was the supreme deity and existence, the religion of the people of this world. This was to be expected as this was the world he protected. How is the outside world like? Asked Tianhuan Palace Lord. It was not just him who was curious. The other cultivators of the world of Ziwei also looked at Futian and the others with curious looks. Xiao Dingtian slowly explained, many years ago, when the heavenly path collapsed, it was rumored that the world faced a huge catastrophe. The heavenly path was shattered, and the various deities perished. Later on, the original realm and the outside world were formed. We are from the original realm. It is also known as the Void Realm. The world of Ziwei was sealed within the divine stone at the core of the Ziwei realm in the original realm. He gave a brief introduction to the other party regarding the current situation in the outside world. The outside world must be much larger than the world of Ziwei. Then, someone asked. All of you will be able to leave this place in the future. When the time comes, you may see for yourself, Xiao Dingtian said. By the way, where is the core of the world of Ziwei located? We wish to see the core region of this world. On Ziwei Imperial Star, the other party replied. If you stand in the sky and look towards the segment, Ziwei Imperial Star is the highest and brightest star that you will see. Ziwei Imperial Palace is located there. Legend has it that, back then, it was the cultivation training ground of the great emperor. That place is the absolute core of this world. It rules over the world of Ziwei. Our Tianhuan Palace is on Tianhuan Star. However, Tianhuan Palace takes orders from Ziwei Imperial Palace. It is the holy land of this world. If you wish to explore the secrets of this world, you can head over there. The crowd nodded their heads. It was not just them. Other cultivators had also come to this world. It was just that they were now scattered across different regions. Everyone would certainly gather at Ziwei Imperial Star. This world actually also had a Ziwei Palace. However, the word imperial was added to it. Ziwei Imperial Palace was once the cultivation training ground of Ziwei the Great. Imperial Star, the largest starry world in Ziwei segment, had countless cultivators. The cultivators of this starry world were believers of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ziwei Imperial Palace, located in the Imperial City, was the absolute holy land of this starry world. No one had ever questioned its authority. All the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum believed in Ziwei the Great. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were spokespersons of Ziwei the Great. Everything they did was the embodiment of the will of the great emperor. In this world, those with the best talents and the strongest cultivation would eventually enter the Ziwei Imperial Palace, which was the most supreme of all cultivation places. Because of this, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was beyond imagination, easily in control of the entire Ziwei world, impossible to be dethroned by anyone or any forces. After so many years, Ziwei Imperial Star had always stood at the peak of Ziwei segment, worshipped by people in this world. Yi Futian and the others came to the imperial city of Imperial Star from Celestial Star. When they stepped into this city, they could feel a solemn and magnificent aura. All the cultivators here were incredibly strong, much stronger than those in the main cities of Divine Prefecture that Yi Futian had been to. In Ziwei Segmentum, the status of the imperial city was probably equivalent to the center of the Divine Prefecture in the Outer Realm, the same as the imperial city where Donghuang the Great resided, a supreme land. Ziwei Imperial Palace itself was like a magnificent city. When Yi Futian and the others came to the outside of the Imperial Palace, they saw a city within a city that stretched for thousands of miles, extending all the way to higher ground. Inside, it was full of holy and magnanimous aura, far more spectacular than the Tianhuan Palace they had visited before. Outside Ziwei Imperial Palace, anyone who passed by would worship it, gazing inside with eyes full of awe. This demonstrated the position that Ziwei Imperial Palace occupied in the hearts of cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum. People from the outside came to this segment at the same time. "We are probably not the first to arrive. Maybe someone else was here already," said Du and Tianxiong, everyone nodding in agreement. Nan Huang said, "This place is unfathomable. I'm afraid that none of us will defeat the strongest cultivator that Ziwei Imperial Palace has to offer." The crowd was disquieted for a moment but understood right away. Tianhuan Palace had cultivators on their level. The palace lord of Tianhuan Palace had personally explained that they were all under the command of Ziwei Imperial Palace. This showed just how powerful and great Ziwei Imperial Palace was. This was the place where Ziwei the Great used to cultivate, and it might contain ancient secrets beyond their imagination. What Emperor Nan said was true enough. The strongest cultivator of Ziwei world, who could rule this segment, was probably someone that none of them could contend with. "Let's go. Let's visit them and see what kind of place Ziwei the Great cultivated in," Emperor Nan continued as he moved forward. Looking at the guardian outside the Imperial Palace, he said, "Outside visitors are coming to visit the Imperial Palace. Enter," the guard outside the Imperial Palace said as if he had already received the order. He did not continue to report, merely letting them through. "Thank you," Emperor Nan said as the group of people walked inside. After entering, they kept moving in the air. Ziwei Imperial Palace was too vast. Traveling by air was far faster than traveling on land. Across each and every ancient and majestic palace, they perceived a tremendous powerful aura, many of which were from Renhuang. Divine consciousness was surveying over them. Ahead, several silhouettes rose into the sky, standing on top of several palaces. They were surrounded by starlight, and their auras were frightening. Each one of them possessed an extraordinary temperament, and all of them were powerful Renhuang. The group of people gave Yi Futian and his people a meaningful look, sizing them up. Another man levitated and stood on top of the highest palace in this area, looking at everyone. He said, "Welcome, everyone, to Ziwei Imperial Palace. Apologies for coming and disturbing you," Emperor Nan said politely. When the restriction was lifted, naturally, everyone wanted to come here. Before you, many people already arrived. The man continued, Ziwei world had been sealed off for many years and had not been in contact with outside cultivators. They cultivated inside Ziwei realm and were curious about the strength of cultivators from the outside. Will you indulge them? Perhaps learn from each other. Emperor Nan looked at those powerful cultivators in the Renhuang realm and saw that they were full of the aura of the Great Path. They were all Renhuang with perfect Great Path. This realization alarmed Emperor Nan quite a bit. It seemed that after Ziwei the Great sealed off this world, he must have left something behind. The Palace Lord of Qianhuan Palace said that the will of the Great Emperor was always there, in charge of this world. This claim may not have been an exaggeration. He looked at Yi Futian and the others beside him. He saw Yi Futian, nodded, and replied, "Very well." He knew that the others would definitely want to see the cultivation strength of these men, so he wanted to observe and verify them. And they were the same, wanting to experience the strength of the top cultivators in Ziwei realm. Ziwei Imperial Palace was where the strongest figures in Ziwei segmentum gathered. It was just like how all the most enchanting geniuses in the 18 realms of the Divine Prefecture gathered together and trained as a collective. The cultivators here symbolized the pinnacle of this world. Therefore, both sides were curious and wanted to test each other. In that case, please feel at home, the major figurehead of the other side said, and an invisible force immediately enveloped the space. Yi Futian and his party continued moving forward. Everyone who stepped out was a cultivator in possession of a perfect Great Path, including several highly capable existences from the village. The other side also had existences at this level. "I'll go first." Do Jiao stepped in the void, and the void shuddered, letting out a violent roar. A cultivator of the same realm on the opposite side stepped out. His eyes shone brightly, like stars. Boom! A monstrous attack swept out, and Do Jiao's offense was domineering and direct, pushing forward without stopping. When he attacked his opponent, he saw extremely radiant starlight flowing. The battlefield seemed to be transformed into a starry world. His opponent raised his hand to blast out a punch, pure and simple. However, it felt extremely heavy. It was as if the stars around him were flowing forward at the same time. Bang! With a loud noise, Do Jiao's fierce body was knocked back. This sight surprised the clan lord of the Do tribe, Yi Futian, and the others to no end. Was their attack power as strong as this? It's pure starry Great Path, Emperor Nan murmured. Do Jiao knew he had underestimated the enemy. Suddenly, a divine light appeared in the center of his brow chakra. As the will of the fighting god opened up, a terrifying fighting intent now burned upon his body. He stepped forward again. Boom! A stream of light penetrated the void, and Do Jiao's body seemed to have transformed into the body of the fighting god. As he moved forward, his body was bathed in the divine glory of the fighting god. Meanwhile, the starlight flowed around his opponent's body. It was as if he was surrounded by the stars. He raised his palms and slapped them forward. A star atlas appeared, surrounded by stars. A violent sound came out, and the star atlas light screen blocked Do Jiao's attack, but the surrounding stars seemed to be cracked. It looked as if these stars were supporting the pattern on the star atlas, making it indestructible. The other man's palms slapped on the star atlas. Instantly, in the galaxy, countless stars ran counter to the flow, sweeping out towards Do Jiao. Do Jiao's body seemed to be drowning within them. Now, it was no longer a matter of underestimating the enemy. It was not easy for Do Jiao to gain victory over his opponent. Open! An even more terrifying will of the fighting god erupted. The 6th, 7th, and 8th successive eruptions. And the fighting god seemed to appear. Continuous punches slammed down to smash those terrifying starry attacks that were raining down. This is the Imperial Palace, the place where the great emperor cultivated. The power of the Imperial Palace's cultivators may be inherited by the emperor himself. Unleash your true strength. This is a good opportunity for you, Emperor Nan said. Immediately, one man after another walked out to find their own opponent, waiting for an explosive battle to break out. "Aren't you going to strike?" A Renhuang looked at Yi Futian and asked. He was also in the 6th realm and had an extraordinary temperament. Yi Futian looked at the man. He slightly nodded and said, "If you are ready, I will take action. No matter what happens, please don't take it to heart." That Renhuang in the 6th realm frowned. They were cultivators of the imperial palace, standing at the top of Ziwei segment, and every one of them was a person with extraordinary talents. What did Yi Futian mean by this? "I'll be waiting to see it." The other nodded as he gazed at Yi Futian. He was surrounded by starlight. It was as if a starry world had appeared with him. The cultivators of the Ziwei segment bathed in the divine glory of Ziwei the Great and received his inheritance. Therefore, those truly powerful cultivators had a similar cultivation specialty, the stars. Yi Futian looked at the other. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from where he was standing. In just an instant, Yi Futian descended in front of the other and slammed with a punch. In his fist aurora, the great path howled and roared. Likewise, the man released the star atlas as a defense that blocked in front of him. Yi Futian's fist blasted and slammed directly on the star atlas. A terrifying storm of the great path swept out, followed by loud rumbling noises. The stars on the star atlas burst and shattered as cracks began to appear on the atlas. In a few moments, the atlas completely disintegrated, being pulverized into nothing. Boom! The fist fell on the man's body, knocked that Renhuang's body into flying. However, Yi Futian deliberately held back and did not cause his opponent to be seriously injured. Even so, after the man stopped, blood was still spilling from the corner of his mouth as he raised his head to look at Yi Futian in amazement. It was really unexpected. Were cultivators from the outside this powerful? The man looked at the other battlefields again and found that none were in a situation like his. There were winners and losers in each fight, but he was the only one whose defense was penetrated with one strike. Was his combative power that inferior? Obviously, that was not it. He knew very well what level was his strength was. It wasn't the topmost, but by no means was it the worst, so the outcome was completely unexpected. Unless, of course, the opponent he faced was the most terrifying on the opposite side. The major figurehead in the imperial palace also cast a glance toward Yi Futian, showing some surprise. Not only did Yi Futian surprise them, but everyone in his group did. There were a few notable characters among those who had arrived before them, but none like this group standing right before them. Each one of them was powerful in their own right. However, seeing many giants, such as Emperor Nan and the others, he thought that he might not be facing just a force. Still, an awesome alliance, which would account for so many powerful people gathered in one group. In the distance, there was another astonishing aura, as starlight was shining down and falling on Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw a man appearing above him in the next moment, and the sky was sprinkling starry glory. It was as if he was in a galaxy, and that there was a meteor shower in that galaxy, an extremely sharp meteor shower, sword rain. Boom! An astonishing aura of the great path erupted from Yi Futian. His body howled madly as a terrifying booming sound came from within. The meteor sword rain fell with the most radiant brilliance. A sharp and harsh sound came out as the sword rain fell on Yi Futian's body, but it failed to do any damage to his body. The sight caused many around him to cease their own fighting as they looked, shocked, at Yi Futian. How could his defense be unbreakable? Did all the outside cultivators have such powerful physical bodies like him? At this level, anyone in the 6th realm would be annihilated. However, under the brilliant divine light, Yi Futian went against the momentum and shuttled through the meteor sword rain by turning into a stream of light. He blasted out with a punch. The Renhuang who attacked was high above the sky but was knocked into the air nonetheless. He didn't make it back until a few moments later. His eyes were fastened on Yi Futian as well. He looked at Yi Futian's body and wondered, how can this physical body be so strong? Not only him, but everyone else was staring at Yi Futian's body as if they were looking at a monster. The major figurehead from Ziwei Imperial Palace said, Many cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace are exposed to the sharp divine light of Ziwei the Great, so their way is complementary to their physical form. But you, how did your way incarnate in your body? Some extraordinary characters in Ziwei Imperial Palace also possessed the body of the Great Path. However, it was still impossible for them to be like Yi Futian at this moment. He could see that Yi Futian's physical body had already been transformed into the way and was one with it. Because of some opportunities, I once comprehended the cultivation method of a great emperor. After the baptism of comprehension, this body of way was cast. Although you are repelled, there is no need for concern. After all, most of the outsider cultivators did not fare any better than you, said Yi Futian. You are quite conceited, that major figurehead said, looking at Yi Futian, but it was not meant as a reprimand. If any enchanting figure from the outside world were as terrifyingly strong as Yi Futian, it would be a huge blow to all of them. But Yi Futian said that most cultivators from the outside fared no better than them, so he must have real strength to back up his claim. Presumably, on the outside world, he was also someone at the top. Well, come with me, that cultivator from the Imperial Palace announced. Everyone stopped fighting. Do Zhao, however, seemed not to have had enough of his share of the fight just yet. How should we address the elder? Yi Futian's figure flickered, caught up behind the other group, and asked that peak figurehead. Lord Mu, replied the Ren Huang, who was defeated previously by Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and followed Lord Mu as he led the way forward and came to a palatial complex, saying, "You guys will settle down here first. When the palace lord is available, he will summon you." When everyone heard his use of words, their expressions moved slightly. Summon, he had said. It seemed that Lord Mu viewed the palace lord of Ziwei Palace as a supreme being who should be worshipped. But it was true that in all of Ziwei Segmentum, aside from Ziwei the Great, who was the deity believed by those in this world, it was the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace who had the actual control of this segmentum. He was the equivalent of the lord ruling this world. Just like Donghuang the Great in the Divine Prefecture, his status was unquestionably the most sovereign. At this time, they suddenly sensed an astonishing aura. A flash went through their eyes as they raised their heads to look into the distance. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, there was a horrific aura high above the sky. A super-powerful existence was releasing the pressure of the great path that sheltered the sky and obscured the sun, covering a boundless space that had begun to spread toward the entire Imperial Palace. Foolish idiot, Lord Mu reprimanded in a cold voice. Yi Futian and the others looked in the same direction he was looking. Was it a cultivator from the original realm who had clashed with Ziwei Imperial Palace? But this was to be expected. Those from the original realm were major powers themselves, and some were superpowers from the divine prefectures. Ziwei Imperial Palace was the ruling force of this segment, so there was the possibility for conflicts. This is the Imperial Palace, you cur. Some Renhuang also commented coldly. Emperor Nan and the others released their divine consciousness. They suddenly realized that the man who attacked was not the top cultivator from original realm but some major cultivator from divine prefecture. At this moment, they saw a divine light shining in the sacred ancient temple that led to the 9 heavens as if a starry world had appeared. Starlight from countless stars fell, shining on the might the man had released. Suddenly, there was a scream, and everyone saw that the storm was madly dissipating, having been pierced and destroyed. However, the starlight remained, shining upon the 9 heavens. Yonder, a starlight divine sword appeared, then pierced into the void. In an instant, a major figurehead was seen struggling and roaring, "Please be merciful, Buzz." An unparalleled coercion swept through, and that distorted face gradually dissolved. Under that utmost and supreme might, the transgressor dissipated, and his body and great path were both destroyed. Everything was reduced to dust. He was now part of the history of those who had fallen within the bounds of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Lord Mu and the others regarded what just took place with absolute tranquility, aside from a cold snort. It was as if this was the expected conclusion for anyone who dared to make trouble inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. But Yi Futian and the others were quite uneasy in their hearts. That was a top figure from Divine Prefecture, who had been dispatched as simply as that. Nonetheless, that man was indeed a bit too arrogant to think that he could behave this way on someone else's territory. It was no wonder the other had not spared him. They saw the divine sword disappear as if flying back to that towering hall on its own. Everything returned to normal, as calm as if nothing had ever happened, and the order of the imperial palace undisturbed. Other places were just the same as Lord Mu here, in total calmness. Lord Mu turned his head and glanced at Emperor Nan and the others. He said, "Before you arrived, we have already done some research on the outside world. The original realm is ruled by Donghuang the Great, and there was only one great emperor in the divine prefecture. Other than that, it was just cultivators of all the top principalities from every side. To be honest, although there are many major principalities from the outside world, there are definitely not many who can do what they want in Ziwei Imperial Palace. That man just now was on a fool's errand." There was a strong confidence in his words, which was probably a veiled threat to Yi Futian and the others, reminding them not to act too presumptuously inside the Imperial Palace. Yi Futian and the others nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As expected from Emperor Nan, the strongest figures in Ziwei Imperial Palace may be way more powerful than any of them. If the other dared to make such a proclamation and deal out such fatal and severe punishment, it must be that they were sure of their stance. This, in itself, was a demonstration of extreme confidence. Yi Futian even suspected that there were divine items left by Ziwei the Great in the Imperial Palace that may be used by the palace. After all, this was the place where Ziwei the Great once cultivated, and such a possibility was very high. As the group descended inside the palace, Lord Mu continued, "I know who you are and why you are here. Cultivators from the outside have discovered a world long forbidden to them. Naturally, they want to explore it for themselves. And this being a relic left by the great emperor, everyone wanted to come to the Imperial Palace and try their luck to see if there was anything left by Ziwei the Great. However, everything still needs to be arranged by the Palace Lord, and I hope all of you can abide by the rules of the Imperial Palace." "We understand." Emperor Nan nodded slightly. That previous killing of a top figure must be Ziwei Imperial Palace's deliberate display to deter all the cultivators. After all, the top forces from the outside world had gathered here, and even the likes of Ziwei Imperial Palace must be under tremendous pressure because of it. On their own, no single person or force could triumph over Ziwei Imperial Palace, but what about all the outside forces together as a whole? No matter how powerful the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace was, there were also supreme existences from the divine prefecture. The Imperial Palace should think long and hard about that first. Chapter 2208, Palace Lord of Imperial Palace. Yi Futian and his group settled down in Ziwei Imperial Palace, for the time being, enjoying the good food and drinks provided by Lord Mu. Afterward, people from other outside principalities also rushed over to Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ziwei Imperial Palace refused none who came and hosted all of them inside the Imperial Palace. And because these various forces also understood how powerful Ziwei Imperial Palace was, they did not act hastily and waited very patiently. They were curious to meet the master of this segment, Star Lord of Ziwei, to see what kind of supreme existence this legend was. Time passed, day by day. Yi Futian and the others remained inside a palace, cultivating and waiting patiently. Old Ma came over and sat down as he said to Yi Futian, "Who knows when the Palace Lord will summon us?" "It should be soon." Yi Futian smiled and said, "Old Ma, do you feel all this is kind of familiar?" Old Ma nodded. "You mean like the village?" "Yes." Yi Futian knew Old Ma understood what he meant. Now that Ziwei Segmentum had opened up, Ziwei Palace was exposed to the outside world, just as Four Corner Village was when it first opened up. Four Corner Village joined the cultivation world, and every principality in the Shangqing domain swarmed to gain entry to the village. In fact, there was only one distinction. The forces that entered Four Corner Village at the time were only limited to the Shangqing domain. But now, it was the entire outside forces with Ziwei Imperial Palace in their sight, which was a very different scenario. Even as powerful as Ziwei Imperial Palace was, they had to treat the situation carefully. Otherwise, they would be in the same predicament as Four Corner Village once was. "But we are one of them now." Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Although they didn't do anything, their presence here signified a certain attitude. At least we won't do any harm, said Old Ma. Yi Futian smiled and didn't say anything more. He did not come here, intending on destroying or plundering. However, for those who cultivated, because of their attraction and desire for sources of power, more often than not, it caused them to threaten others unaware. There was no good explanation for this. Their presence here was already a threat to Ziwei Imperial Palace. If one day, I can make all the rules, perhaps it won't be like this, Yi Futian murmured. If he possessed the utmost power, then he would be able to set the rules. Now, he cultivated fervently, wanting to obtain even greater power just to live, not only for himself but for Heavenly Mandate Academy as well. He used to think that the stronger his cultivation was, the freer he would be. But the reality was that the stronger his cultivation, the less control he had over his life and the more burdens he had to carry. Therefore, he could only continue forward until he reached the end of his cultivation path. I hope that I will have the opportunity to see that day with my own eyes, Emperor Nan came over and said, seemingly highly expectant of Yi Futian's aspiration. Setting the rules. Who would set the rules of this world? The rules of divine prefecture were set by Donghuang the Great. If Yi Futian wanted to set the rules, then he must head toward the altar and stand on that supreme place of all. Even the current palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace could only devise the rules of this segment. Now that this segment intersected with the outside world, his rules were greatly restricted. Yi Futian smiled at Emperor Nan and thought, how long will this day take? It was anybody's guess. After a few more days, more cultivation forces had gathered at Ziwei Imperial Palace. On this day, above that palace towering into the sky, there was a most sacred glow that spilled into space below so that the boundless Ziwei Imperial Palace was bathed in its divine light. It appeared dignified and solemn. At the palace occupied by Yi Futian and his group, they looked in that direction and saw someone approaching from the sky. Everyone, the palace lord has come out of his retreat. He has now summoned everyone. This way, please. Everyone nodded, then followed the man to levitate into the sky, moving towards that most sacred temple. Not just them, but in every direction, cultivators from many top principalities were also traveling by air, heading in the same direction from different places. After a while, they came to a magnificent temple that reached high into the sky. Divine light shone from above, rendering a sense of solemnity and holiness. Many cultivators, clad in starry long robes, were already standing on both sides in front of the temple. Every one of them was a major figurehead. On one side was the temple, a staircase on the other side. There were also many Renhunag in starry long robes standing on the staircase, facing the base of the staircase. There was a massive space at the foot of the staircase, open and empty. At this moment, those cultivators who came from the sky were brought to wait inside this open space. Forces were continuously coming over, waiting and looking up the stairs. Many of these top figures had unfathomable eyes, secretly thinking that this summoning ceremony by the Ziwei Palace Lord was truly spectacular, as spectacular as if a real emperor were summoning them. However, they did not treat the whole affair with disrespect. After all, the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace was the master of this segment and could be considered an imperial figure himself. In this world, he was the supreme being of Most High. When Yi Futian arrived, there were already many cultivators from other principalities. They landed on the ground, assessing what was waiting in front of them. It was the first time they had seen such a show of force with so many powerful figures waiting on both sides. Was the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace the strongest person he had ever seen? Some of Yi Futian's acquaintances were present. With the arrival of more and more top principalities, the forces that gathered here at Ziwei Imperial Palace this time may be far beyond imagination. Not only were there the top forces from all 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture, but there were also top forces from the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm. Surveying from atop the staircase, this makeup was simply mind-boggling. More than half of the terrifying forces from the original realm had assembled here. The opening of a long-forgotten world, a world that was sealed off by the ancient and legendary Ziwei the Great, and it was the same world where Ziwei the Great once cultivated. How could they resist the urge to come here? At this time, an extremely dazzling light flashed through the temple, and 3 figures appeared, walking out from the temple. The man in the middle was the head of the group. He appeared to be a stately elder about 50 or so in age. There was a terrible starry divine aurora in his eyes, and the robe on his body was embroidered with patterns of the stars. His long black hair casually hung behind him. His temperament alone was enough to hint at his extraordinary status, and he naturally exuded a superior aura about him. As he moved forward, the cultivators on both sides bowed to him and saluted, saying loudly, "Greetings to the palace lord." Likewise, the cultivators that were standing on the staircase also turned to face him, saluting and calling, "Greetings to the palace lord." That elder was the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. He was holding a scepter in his hand, the scepter of the stars. With each step, the scepter in his hand fell on the ground and made a crisp clicking sound, which was exceptionally clear in the silent space. The palace lord of Ziwei Palace from the original realm was among the crowd. Seeing the sight in front of him, he had mixed feelings. The ancient legend was true, after all. He did reopen the history that was once hidden in the past. But everything that happened afterward was totally different from what he could have imagined. The heirs of Ziwei the Great were really here, and they were the ones who continued to carry on the way of Ziwei the Great. They didn't need him to do the inheriting. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace stepped forward until he was at the front of the staircase. He surveyed the crowd with eyes that seemed not to be human, but more like 2 bright stars, with starlight flowing behind them. When he scrutinized the mighty groups of cultivators below, his eyes were extremely tranquil, still carrying the aura of someone far superior. On the contrary, although the makeup of the cultivators below was awesome in their own right, they felt an invisible pressure of might nonetheless, like pressure from those above. A powerful existence who had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path, someone remarked secretly. Duan Tianxiong looked at the other as he transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and others around him. This man has experienced at least 1 divine tribulation, and very possibly 2. 3-fold of divine tribulations, and after passing through these 3 tribulations, one became a deity. Duan Tianxiong could feel the aura from the man and estimated that the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace might be a super existence who had survived 2 divine tribulations. If this was indeed the case, another level of existence could face giant-level figureheads and crush them easily. Then, it was no surprise that those top cultivators treated him with such respect. In the vast space surrounded by top cultivators, it was extremely quiet, and no one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace to speak. The master of Ziwei Segmentum, measured by the standard on the outside, would surely be the existence of a supreme giant. Everyone here must already know much about Ziwei world, so I will not bother making any introduction. Many years ago, Ziwei the Great sealed this world that is open today, years later, to connect with the outside world again. As the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, I welcome everyone with us today, said the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. His voice was not overly loud, but it resounded throughout this space so that everyone heard it clearly. You are here, and my summoning you today is to hear your thoughts, continued the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. In the outside world, Ziwei the Great is a deity of the old days, a god from ancient times. Now, we are here in the world of Ziwei the Great, and we want to ask the palace lord that if there are relics left by the great emperor so that we can feel the essence of this legendary great emperor, a man said in a loud and clear voice. This was what everyone wanted to ask. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace looked at the man and nodded. Yes, and they are in this imperial palace. Here is the place where Ziwei the Great once cultivated. The Ziwei Imperial Palace lord naturally knew why the crowd had come. He told them very calmly that this place was the previous cultivation training ground of the great emperor. The great emperor's relic was located here. If that is so, can Palace Lord allow us from the outside world to also pay tribute to the splendor of the great emperor? May we also see the relic left behind by Ziwei the Great? Asked someone straight away. They were already here, so there was no need to beat around the bush. It was best to speak directly about their goal for coming here. The crowd nodded in agreement as they looked at the palace lord. From the look in their eyes, it was understood that they also had similar thoughts. "You may do so," said Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord. He still agreed to their request very readily. This caused the various cultivators to feel somewhat strange. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord was too easygoing. It was as though he would agree to anything they said. Aside from eliminating a top figure who came into conflict with them, Ziwei Imperial Palace had been very welcoming and did not turn them away. However, the place where the relic of Ziwei the Great resides has been passed down for generations. It is the holy land of our Ziwei segmentum. Even here, it is not a place that just anyone may enter. It will only open once after many years to allow the most outstanding figures in the segment to enter. The palace lord slowly continued, also, because the place where Ziwei the Great's relic resides is ancient, it is somewhat unstable. Hence, in the Ziwei segmentum, top figures don't enter into that place. Now that the seal to the Ziwei segmentum has been opened and we are connected to the outside world, I rule over the segment and uphold the will of Ziwei the Great. I will allow the divine light of Ziwei the Great to shine on even more cultivators than before. Hence, even though all of you are not members of the Ziwei segmentum, I can allow all of you to receive the same treatment as the cultivators here. When the crowd heard his words, they vaguely understood his meaning. It seemed that this palace lord was also calculative. He gave some leeway, but he similarly set down restrictions. He set it so that only their most prominent figures could enter, using the laws of the Ziwei segmentum to bind them. Whether or not any rules he mentioned were true was not important. The Ziwei segmentum was under his jurisdiction. He himself was the rule maker. Were rules themselves important? "Palace Lord, overall, what do you mean to say?" someone asked. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord looked around at the crowd and said, "Since all of you have come, I will allow all the cultivators from the top forces to choose their finest renhuangs to enter the divine temple where Ziwei the Great previously cultivated. However, they must be cultivators with flawless great paths, and they cannot be peak renhuangs with 9th tier cultivation." "How about it?" the palace lord asked as he looked at the crowd. He stood at the top of a flight of stairs. Divine light shone from his body. His star-like eyes still bore an indifferent look. His words had already prevented most of the cultivators here from venturing in, including the giant-level figures. They had been held at bay by the words of the palace lord. The other party had no intention of letting them inside. The other party also said that Ziwei the Great had previously cultivated in this divine temple. They had come from the shattered Ziwei realm. All of them wanted to seek out the secrets of Ziwei the Great. The giant-level figures similarly had such an intense desire to unravel this mystery. For them, such an opportunity was even more precious. However, Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord was wary of them and did not allow them to enter. In such a way, it was their turn to consider whether they wanted to accept his terms. Since the other party had given them leeway and allowed the top monstrous figures of the various forces to enter the Great Emperor's relic, would they concede to his restrictions? For a moment, the crowd seemed very quiet. None of them responded. They were also originally from various forces. They were not just a small group of people, so their opinions would differ. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord saw that the crowd did not respond, so he asked, "Do you all have any opinions about this? We are all from the outside world. We also wish to pay tribute to the splendor of the great emperor recorded in the history books. Why must Palace Lord deny us such an opportunity and set restrictions on us?" someone asked. Clearly, they did not want to agree to the conditions set by the Palace Lord. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord glanced at the person who had spoken. He then said, "Very well. Since you disagree with my suggestion, then what I mentioned before no longer concerns you. Sir, please leave." When the person heard the words of the Palace Lord, he narrowed his eyes. He was the first to object. There should be many people of the same opinion as him. However, before the others could agree with him, the Palace Lord immediately spoke and banished him. It was deterrence again. He knew that he had become an example for the others. The cultivators from the other forces revealed strange looks. Initially, Some wished to speak. Yet, when they saw the dominant nature of Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord, they kept their mouths shut for now and instead looked at the person who had spoken. The person who had spoken did not move. From behind Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord, a few figures rose into the sky and stood in the air above the crowd. Their gazes landed on the person who had spoken. One of them said, "Palace Lord has decreed. Sir, please bring along your members and leave the Imperial Palace." They emanated faint pressure from their bodies. When the cultivator from the top force saw this scene, his expression was ashen. He was the first to be banished. He clearly knew that the other party might not hold back in dealing with him if he resisted. After all, he was to be an example for the others. Before this, a top cultivator had perished in the Imperial Palace as a deterrent for the other cultivators. "Let's go," the person said in an ice-cold tone. He led a group of people and rose into the sky. He then turned and left the place without causing any trouble. With just his own power, he could not cause much of a pushback. If he forcefully resisted, he would end up dead the moment he got careless. He did not wish to take that risk, hence, he immediately left. The crowd glanced at the leaving silhouettes. Was this considered being aware of current affairs or lacking boldness? However, the might of Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord made them feel threatened. If anyone else has any differing opinions, you can also choose to leave like him. "The Imperial Palace definitely will not stop you," declared the Palace Lord loudly as he stood at the top of the stairs. He seemed to be asking for their opinions, but he would not listen to them at all. Those who opposed him would be banished. Clearly, the other party would allow them to send their members into the relic. However, they needed to follow his rules. Most crucially was that the ability of Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord himself could already overwhelm everyone present here. No one could stand against him directly. "All right, I agree to Palace Lord's suggestion," a calm and indifferent voice cried out. Some people began to concede. Or rather, it should be said that they wanted to take a step back first. They would let their juniors enter the relic of Ziwei the Great and take a look around first before making any decision for the future. "I also have no objections," people declared one by one. Very soon, more than half of the forces had agreed, declaring to have no objections and agreeing to the rules set by the Palace Lord. After a short while, the various cultivators fell silent. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord glanced at the crowd and said, "The divine temple behind me is where Ziwei the Great cultivated back then. Inside here, there is a relic left behind by the great emperor. Now, select your candidates and let them follow me into the divine temple." Actually, there was no need for a selection. The other party had already laid down the conditions and restrictions. Those who fulfilled the conditions would naturally not hesitate to step forward. Hence, cultivators with flawless great paths stepped forward one by one. There were no peak figures with 9th-tier cultivation. "Go on," Emperor Nan said to Yi Futian and the rest. "Be careful," Xiao Dingtian cautioned Xiao Muyu. Immediately, Yi Futian's group stepped forward. Among their group, most of the cultivators were of the allowed level. There were many from Four Corner Village. Hence, this rule gave them a huge advantage. Of course, they still did not know what the situation in the relic was like. However, they did not need to worry about any schemes. After all, even the ruler of the Ziwei segmentum would not dare to offend all the forces from the outside world in one go. If he did so, he would probably bring about the destruction of the entire Ziwei segmentum. Since that was the case, the people who stepped forward were the finest renhuangs of the various forces. These renhuangs all stepping out at the same time was a majestic sight to behold. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord glanced over the crowd of cultivators who had stepped forward. He then turned and said, "Follow me then." The group of people followed behind the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace and headed into the grand ancient divine temple. The top figures of the various forces waited where they were, watching the multitude of figures who walked forward into the divine temple. Many cultivators entered the divine temple. They came from various forces and were not just the cultivators of the divine prefecture. Wanting to obtain a fateful encounter would most likely not be simple. Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord also intended to restrict them. He would certainly set up his own precautions. Having ruled the segment for countless years, Ziwei Imperial Palace probably did not want the teachings of Ziwei the Great to be obtained by outsiders. In a sense, Ziwei Imperial Palace was only displaying a dominant stance on the surface. In reality, they were taking a step back as well. After all, they were involved with too many forces at the moment. However, letting the cultivators from the outside explore first was also fine. In front of the majestic ancient divine temple, divine light rained down and enveloped the entire temple. The various cultivators had stern expressions as they followed the palace lord inside. Inside the divine temple, a starry world appeared before their eyes. It was as though there were many doors made from stars that led to different locations. "All of you may enter," Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord said as he pointed ahead. "Past these doors, you will enter the relic left behind by Ziwei the Great and reach the place where he previously cultivated. This is the most sacred and restricted area of our Ziwei Imperial Palace. There will be people inside guarding the seals. After you enter, there will be people there to help you open the seals." "Yes, Palace Lord," replied the crowd as they nodded their heads. They then stepped forward and passed through the door, entering another space. Just as the Palace Lord had said, they seemed to have entered into a large hall. There was an astonishing matrix within the hall, and 2 cultivators with extremely frightening auras were guarding it. These 2 cultivators glanced at them and immediately activated the grand matrix. Countless beams of divine light instantly flowed around them, as though the stars in the heavens were moving around them. Frightening light from the matrix lit up the entire hall, flowing endlessly. Futian and the others looked down at their feet. In the next moment, beams of light flooded their bodies. In an instant, everyone felt as though the world was spinning. They seemed to pass through countless halls and enter into a starry world. However, in the span of a thought, their figures came to a halt. Yet they knew that the matrix had already brought them to another place. "What is this place?" wondered some of the cultivators. The cultivators glanced around at their surroundings. They were slightly astonished. They sensed that they were actually in space. Around them was a galaxy. Starlight flowed, and it was a majestic sight to behold. Yet they were standing on something solid. It was as though this was a starry divine temple without walls. There was a stairway that led up into the sky. Beyond the majestic galaxy, there was a blurry silhouette. It was like the scene they had witnessed in the galaxy in the segment. It was the silhouette of Ziwei the Great. "Is this a starry divine temple?" someone mumbled. This miraculous place made them feel as though they were in a dream world. They sensed that the Palace Lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace had not tricked them and had indeed sent them to the place where Ziwei the Great previously cultivated. For a legendary existence like Ziwei the Great, only such a unique place was suitable for him to cultivate in. Instead of a large hall, he made the starry sky his own cultivation court. Buzz. The crowd advanced upward. Since they were already here, they would naturally explore the relic of Ziwei the Great. What had the great emperor left behind in this starry cultivation court? After Futian sized up the majestic scene, he turned his gaze in one direction. When he saw a cultivator standing over there, a murderous intent flashed past in his eyes. In that direction, the other party seemed to have noticed Futian's gaze. He also looked in Futian's direction. Their eyes met, and immediately, their frightening gazes revealed murderous looks. Sealing divine light seemed to immediately shoot out of the other party's eyes and invade Futian's mind. The divine light of the great path flowed over Futian's body, blocking off the sealing power. Light shrouds of the great path expanded outwards from their bodies. A formless pressure of the great path appeared between the 2 of them. The cultivators around the 2 of them sensed something and looked in the direction of the other parties. The person that Futian was staring at was none other than Ninghua, the vice-chief of the Donghua Domain Chief's manor. When the 4 Corner Village cultivators and the Heavenly Mandate Academy saw this scene, they realized that Futian most likely had a vendetta against this person. Otherwise, Futian would not behave in such a manner. On the other hand, Ninghua was surrounded by cultivators from the Donghua domain. They looked toward Yi Futian and were slightly shocked. From the looks of it, the current Yi Futian actually intended to kill Ning Hua. Moreover, the lineup around Yi Futian was sufficiently powerful to pull off this kill. Rumor has it that you made quite a name for yourself in the Shangqing domain. Is that the reason why you dare to be so presumptuous now? Ning Hua stared intently at Yi Futian. A hint of disdain could be found in his arrogant gaze. Ning Hua was an 8th-tier Renhuang with a flawless great path. He was the top monstrous figure in the Donghua domain. Aside from the giant figures, he was without equal. He was confident that very few cultivators below the giant figure level in the Divine Prefecture were on par with him. This trip to the original realm was a trial for Ning Hua. He might have a chance to spar with top figures from other parties while coming in contact with them. However, he had not expected that Yi Futian, who he formerly defeated, would actually intend to kill him now. If it weren't because Yi Futian was saved by someone, Ning Hua would have killed him back then. Yi Futian did not respond to the other party. His white robe fluttered as he cast a glance at the cultivators beside Ning Hua. Cultivators from the few top forces in the Donghua domain were present, including cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Qin Qing communicated with Yi Futian through transmitted thought, saying, "Renhuang Yi, before coming here, Domain Chief has asked various forces to take care of Ning Hua, and we have agreed to it. If Renhuang Yi wants to attack Ning Hua, can you please do so on another occasion?" The cultivators of the Donghua domain came together. Since Domain Chief Ning Yuan was not personally here, cultivators from other forces were naturally responsible for taking care of Vice Chief Ning Hua. Otherwise, they would most likely have difficulty explaining themselves to Ning Yuan after they returned to their domain. Beside Ning Hua, Desolation from Desolate God Palace, Goddess Taihua, and the others also turned their gazes toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian knew that what Qin Qing said was true. If he were to attack, the cultivators of the Donghua domain wouldn't just sit back and watch. The top monstrous figure in the Donghua domain? Yi Futian said as he looked at Ning Hua and smiled. His smile bore an air of mockery. Ning Hua frowned and said, "Back when Zhong Chan was killed, you were fortunate to have survived. Who saved you?" He actually did not know back then that the Donghua domain still had such an incredible figure. Even his father did not know who the person was. After that, they speculated that the person who aided Yi Futian might be related to Emperor Shi. However, they had no evidence. Even the domain chief had to be polite to a powerful cultivator who had survived a divine tribulation. He could not just head over and interrogate Emperor Shi. "You'd better pray hard for your luck to keep you alive in the future," said Yi Futian as he swept a glance at Ning Hua. He then turned around and headed forward. Right now, the cultivators of various forces had already departed to explore the cultivation court of Ziwei the Great. Only their groups were wasting time. Yi Futian stepped into the sky, and his group also took to the skies at the same time. Ning Hua stared at his silhouette. Murderous intent flowed within his gaze. He never imagined that the ant-like figure who pathetically ran for his life back then had actually dared to threaten him now. Just because Yi Futian had entered Four Corner Village, did he think that he could act presumptuously due to their backing? If that were the case, time would tell. "Let's go." Ning Hua similarly stepped up into the sky and headed forward. His speed was extremely fast. The other cultivators also followed behind him. Chapter 2211, The Last Writing of the Great Emperor. Yi Futian's group kept advancing upwards. They looked at the vast galaxy, and it felt as if they were in a dream. It wasn't easy to differentiate between the illusory world and the actual world. The cultivators who left before them seemed to have made their own discoveries. They began to disperse and head off in different directions. "It seems that there are ritual implements," said Do Jiao beside Yi Futian. Yi Futian naturally also saw this. There seemed to be ritual implements floating around among the stars in the vast world of the galaxy. They might be items that were previously used by Ziwei the Great. With Ziwei the Great's level of cultivation back then, any item that he used would contain a sliver of the will of the emperor, Jiyu Dongliu added from the side. However, they continued upward without stopping. In the starry sky, they seemed to see a few floating starlights that were very far away. As they gradually approached these starlights, the starlights became clearer. They are writings, someone said. Many people discovered the runes floating in space. They seemed to be writings. The runes were formed from starlight. They floated endlessly within the galaxy, eternal and indestructible. In the end, many people made out the line of writing that was casually floating around in the galaxy. Their hearts trembled intensely. Was this the writing of the great emperor? A line of writing that he casually wrote was forever etched in the starry world. Is this the last writing of the great emperor? Said someone who made out the line of writing with a trembling heart. These seemed to be the final words of the great emperor. In the end, Futian's group also made out the line of writing floating in the sky. They understood its contents. Each character seemed to be independently floating there. However, the characters could also be read together and formed a complete paragraph. In this war of the heavenly path, all life will face calamity. I will be heading off to join the battle. I do not know when I will return. I will seal off the Ziwei segmentum myself. Even if I perish, my will remain to protect Ziwei from being destroyed. This line of runes floated high in the sky. They were astonishing. It was as though they were left behind before Ziwei the Great went off to meet his end. What sort of battle was the war of the heavenly path? Ziwei the Great left to join the battle. Who was he up against? Against the heavens? Against the various gods? What secrets were there about the collapse of the heavenly path? What exactly was the event? Was it a battle between gods? Why did it cause the fall of the gods? What exactly happened in the ancient age? Ever since that war, the heavenly path collapsed and the age of the gods was a thing of the past. Futian recalled Shenjia the great emperor. There was originally no path in the world, and he did not believe in the heavenly path. Shenjia the great emperor was physically invincible, but he still died in the war. Ziwei the Great ruled the Ziwei segmentum. He was the legendary Ziwei the Great. However, before he went to war, he foresaw that he might perish. What sort of intense battle did they join? It was as though this part of history was sealed away. It might be that only a few remaining gods in the world knew the truth of the divine war in the past. However, Ziwei the Great still left behind his will and protected the Ziwei segmentum from being destroyed during the calamity. This kind of courage and strength was indeed amazing. He was worthy of being a figure who shook the world. The cultivators who came today were all from extraordinary backgrounds. They came from various top forces and knew about these things to a certain extent. It was precisely that they knew some things that they were even more curious. They were curious about the era, how the battle was like, what had happened, how it had become the twilight of the gods, and how it caused the collapse of the heavenly path. They wished that they could travel back through time and space and return to that era to witness the ancient war of the gods. It was an unprecedented battle that would have no equal after. In the present day, it was impossible to imagine what such a battle would be like. Right then, Futian's group saw many cultivators rushing towards the direction of the runes. They could not help but reveal strange expressions. What were the cultivators doing? There is a brush over there, said Chen Yi as frightening divine light shot out from his eyes. He saw a brush floating in the space where the runes were. It emanated faint starlight. Back then, Ziwei the Great had etched these runes into the fabric of space. If he had indeed used this brush to do so, that meant that the brush was extraordinary. The brush that the great emperor used to write, even if it was an ordinary item, would become extraordinary. Moreover, nothing that the great emperor ever used was ordinary. This might be a divine brush. The cultivators headed up into the sky. Although they could clearly see the runes, the actual distance between them was still very far. The runes were extremely high up in the space. Let's also go take a look, said someone beside Futian. Their group rose into the sky and followed the ancient starry path upwards. After some time, they discovered that some cultivators had already arrived, and a large battle had actually erupted immediately. They seemed to be fighting over the brush. as expected of a divine item left behind by the great emperor. It caused a battle to erupt instantly over it. Do you want to go over? Fang Huan asked Yi Futian. Among their group, Yi Futian had become the core. No, Yi Futian replied when he saw what was going on over there. I sense that things aren't as simple as they appear. How so? Fang Huan asked. If the brush was a divine item, why is it left here? Answered Fangari before Yi Futian could answer. The people around them also realized this and revealed strange looks as they glanced over in the direction of the brush. They were merely guests invited to this place. If it was a divine item that could be taken away, the brush by right should not exist here. Unless it was placed here to stir up conflict. Of course, the people who were fighting over it might already know this. However, with a divine item before them, even if it were a trick, they would still dive in head first. For the forces from the outside world to gather en masse here, Ziwei Imperial Palace must certainly be stressing immensely over this. For Ziwei Imperial Palace, the best strategy is to divide and conquer, letting conflict arise between the forces from the outside world, continued Fangari. If that was the case, it was highly likely that the other party had already laid out their traps before the cultivators from the outside world arrived here. The most direct and effective method of doing so would be by placing treasures for them to fight over. Ziwei Imperial Palace also needed to put in some investment to do so. Otherwise, the cultivators of the various forces would probably not bat an eye at the treasure. Yi Futian looked up at the endless starry sky. He said in a low voice, "Back then, Ziwei the Great cultivated in this starry sky. How can one sense the will of the great emperor across such a vast space? If the teachings of Ziwei the Great were truly in this space, what did they need to do to inherit them? After countless eons, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace must have attempted to do so countless times. Whether or not they had managed to do so was still unknown. Could it be that Ziwei Imperial Palace is tricking us? They might have just simply pointed in one direction. But in actuality, nothing exists there." Duan Qiong asked. He was somewhat suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Fangari said, "They probably wouldn't have resorted to that. Palace Lord allowed us to come in here after all. At the very least, this is the place where Ziwei the Great previously cultivated. The writing should also be real. If it were fake, it would be hard to keep it secret from all the various forces. It would instead backfire on them." Duan Qiong nodded his head. Although this starry cultivation court was majestic and beautiful, he could not make out anything peculiar at the moment. "I wonder how high this starry ancient temple is." "Let's continue upwards," said Yi Futian. Their group continued exploring upwards, seeking out the secrets of the cultivation court of Ziwei the Great. Yi Futian's group traveled along the ancient starry road upwards. In the endless starry world, starlight rained down from above. The crowd gradually sensed a solemn will. It was as though they could sense a heavenly might by just standing there. They could vaguely make out that this place was indeed the previous cultivation court of Ziwei the Great. At the end of the starry space, the illusory silhouette formed from gathered starlight gradually became clearer. It was actually the illusory figure of Ziwei the Great. This silhouette carried the entire starry world on his back and held a heavenly scroll in his hand. This heavenly scroll emanated brilliant starlight that shot out in different directions. In the direction where the starlight radiated out towards, the crowd vaguely saw many places where the starlight gathered. There seemed to be uniquely shaped nebulae there. It also seemed like galaxies existed there. However, they were not real, instead formed from endless starlight gathering in one place. Right then, the silhouettes of cultivators also appeared before these nebulae. They seemed to have discovered something. "Let's go take a look," Yi Futian said. His group immediately headed over towards a sword-shaped nebula. The gathered starlight formed a sword that floated in the starry sky. Many cultivators were standing before this nebula. When Yi Futian's group arrived, they sensed that there seemed to be a sword within the nebula. They did not know whether or not there actually was a sword. However, no one entered into the nebula to retrieve it. It was because someone had already tried to do so before Yi Futian's group arrived. "It is a sword will," said Yi Wuchen beside Yi Futian. From the nebula, he actually sensed the existence of a sword will. Could it be that Ziwei the Great had previously cultivated here? Had the sword will he unleashed formed a sword-shaped nebula? This nebula was very expansive, enveloping hundreds and thousands of miles of space. It was like a sword of stars hanging in the starry sky. Endless starlight flowed within it. Even the flowing starlight contained sword will within it. Did Ziwei the Great also practice swordsmanship? Someone asked in a low voice. Yi Futian gazed at the nebula and saw the flowing sword will. His gaze seemed to become extremely bright. It was as though everything in the world changed within his pupils. In his eyes, there was no galaxy, only countless swords. He saw countless swords flowing in the starry sky. They were eternal and indestructible, forming a majestic and beautiful nebula. The river of swords was reflected in his eyes. It was as though they had entered into his eye sorcery zone and into his mind. Yi Futian felt as though the entire world was changing. As he stood there, within the galaxy of swordsmanship, in an instant, terrifying sword will descended. Endless sword light in the galaxy rained down on him. He could not evade them at all. It was as though they flooded space and time. Astonishing light burst forth from his pupils, followed by the aura of the great path. Yet, the river of swords descended and immediately buried his figure. Rumble. Yi Futian felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Blood actually seeped out from them. He stumbled backward a few steps. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, no longer looking forwards. This scene surprised the people beside Yi Futian. They frantically looked at him. What happened? Could it be that he saw something again? Many people from other forces were also looking at Yi Futian. Among their own members, someone had experienced something similar to Yi Futian just now. An indifferent voice said, "This might be the remnant sword will of the great emperor. One should not simply try to comprehend it." Yi Futian opened his eyes and did not look at it the same way as before. He took a deep breath and calmed his aura. His heart was still shaking. Back then, he had a similar experience when he first saw the corpse of Xinjia the great emperor. This time, he had been careless and looked directly with his eyes. His consciousness had entered into the sword will, and that resulted in him being attacked. If that was the case, were the other nebulae also remnants of the will of Ziwei the Great? Yi Futian turned around and looked far into the distance in other directions. If it was as he speculated, this place was a cultivation holy land. There was law power left behind by Ziwei the Great here. However, Yi Futian was not very interested in this. After all, he had already cultivated using many different methods and was not lacking in law powers. The body of Wei that he forged from observing the body of Xinjia the great emperor was already mighty. In the heavens above, what was the heavenly scroll that Ziwei the Great held in his hand? Was the remnant will of Ziwei the Great truly contained within this illusory figure of him? At that moment, Yi Futian felt a powerful sword will suddenly appear beside him. He turned and glanced to the side. He saw Yi Wuchen shining from head to toe. Sword will flowed over him. There was even the faint sensation of an extremely divine will of swordsmanship coming from him. His glabella seemed to shine with brilliant sword light. The light immediately pierced towards the river of swords ahead. Clearly, Yi Wuchen's consciousness had also entered into the sword will. He was a swordsman, so he naturally would be able to sense it. After a short while, Yi Wuchen's figure was sent flying backward violently. A formless storm of sword chi swept up around his body. A streak of blood appeared on his forehead. As he steadied himself, he opened his eyes. His gaze was not as sharp as before. He actually seemed decadent. The aura on his body was also fluctuating. Yi Futian took out a bottle of pills and passed it over to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen immediately took the bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. A vibrant life force immediately enveloped his body. He still held onto the bottle of pills, ready to consume them at any moment if needed. "What type of sword will did you detect just now?" Yi Wuchen asked Yi Futian. "See for yourself," answered Yi Futian. Then, a divine light burrowed into Yi Wuchen's mind through his glabella. After a short while, Yi Wuchen looked up at Yi Futian. He was somewhat surprised as he said, "The swordsmanship contained inside this sword will is complicated. We have both sensed different things." Uttered Yi Futian as he revealed a strange expression. They had both sensed different things? "Let's try again," Yi Futian told Yi Wuchen. "All right," replied Yi Wuchen as he nodded his head. The two of them continued to gaze at the river of swords ahead. Yi Futian's eyes once again became very frightening. Could it be that he had underestimated this river of swords before this? He peered inside once again. In the galaxy, billions of divine swords were flowing. However, this time, he expanded his will, radiating it out towards the entire galaxy. He wanted to get a clearer look. He did not try to sense the flow of the sword will anymore. Gradually, his brilliant eyes closed, and he stopped using his eyes to see, instead feeling with his heart. His consciousness seemed to be standing in an endless starry sky. He was overlooking the galaxy. At that moment, he no longer saw countless swords flowing. He only saw one sword. It was a starry divine sword that stretched across the starry world. This was completely different from what he had sensed just now. Chapter 22:13, Swallowing the Nebula. Yi Futian felt like he could see a divine sword of stars stabbing towards him. The will of the great path in him exploded, enveloping his body in sparkles. It was like he had the body of a god. Boom! He felt the divine sword come straight for him, so he instinctively started to retreat, and his consciousness shook violently. At that moment, Yi Futian broke out from that mode. He took a deep breath and looked out at the calm galaxy of stars in front of him. The feeling he had before disappeared. But he knew that this nebula wasn't ordinary, and it carried an astonishing amount of swordsmanship within itself. After a few moments, something similar seemed to have happened to Yi Wuchen. He looked towards Yi Futian only to hear Yi Futian say, "I'll pass it on to you." "All right." Yi Wuchen ceased all formalities. He knew that Yi Futian wanted to help him to comprehend this nebula. Yi Futian's cultivation methods were already very powerful after all, so even with the addition of Ziwei the Great Sword technique, it might not help him grow very much stronger. Yi Futian used his divine consciousness to pass everything he had comprehended to Yi Wuchen. After that, they continued to digest this, and they understood more and more about swordsmanship. Each time they understood more, they felt different. They were not alone. The other cultivators also experienced the same thing. Yaya, swordmaster of Lihan, and the rest were all cultivators of swordsmanship, and they were all comprehending this. Besides passing on his enlightenment to Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian also passed it to the rest to see if they could reap anything from this nebula. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy weren't in any hurry either, and they just waited quietly. This nebula seemed to contain the will that Ziwei the Great had back then while cultivating, so Yi Futian and the rest were trying to comprehend it and see if they could gain any enlightenment. Do Zhao looked towards the rest of the starry dimension. Several people were cultivating before the nebula in different areas. It was as if the nebula in this starry cultivation area might be hiding pockets of Ziwei the Great's cultivation. "Why don't we head to other areas to have a look first?" Do Zhao broke his silence. "You can do that, but try not to walk too far away. Otherwise, if anything happens, we won't be able to reach you in time," replied Fangari. Do Zhao nodded. "Got it." With that, the group began to split up and walk towards other areas. But Fangari and Blind Tai remained by Yi Futian's side. Fangari murmured to Fang Huan, "Why don't you go explore the areas as well?" "Sure." Fang Huan nodded and walked away. Eventually, this area was only left with the few of them. Yi Futian and the rest were still deep in cultivation, and time continued to tick by slowly. Without them realizing it, they had already been in this state of comprehension for several days. But because they were deep in their cultivation, they didn't feel it at all. A few days felt like the blink of an eye to people at their level of cultivation. One simple session of comprehension could take several days, or it could even take several months. As he stood in front of the nebula, Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the nebula before him. But when he looked at them now, they didn't look like a nebula anymore. He could now see several different sword truths, and this interstellar cloud looked like it had become countless outlines of swords that moved before his eyes. Of course, when he looked at the nebula, an astonishing aura burst forth from his body. His great path was roaring, and his eyes seemed to look like those of the gods. His eyes were filled with an aggressive will to fend off that powerful sword will. Even though he was standing there, in reality, he felt like he was standing within the nebula. The sword will surged towards him and drowned him. It was as if he was comprehending it all by himself. But Yi Futian and his companions weren't the only ones comprehending things now. There were other cultivators outside the nebula who were doing the same thing. In fact, while trying to comprehend it, they were also trying to enter it. Wong. Yi Futian opened his eyes again. He looked at Yi Wuchen and the rest next to him to see that they were still cultivating and comprehending. After a long time, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes and looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded at him slightly. Their eyes met, and they understood what each other was thinking about. "I'll try." After Yi Wuchen finished speaking, his body whooshed by as he went forward to approach the River of Swords. He walked right to the edge of the nebula, then an incredible and terrifying great path aura descended. At that moment, a gargantuan illusion appeared. It was an illusion of Yi Wuchen. This illusion was extremely sharp and exuded an impossibly powerful sword will. After that, it headed towards that immense and borderless nebula. Yi Wuchen's consciousness seemed to have transformed into a giant that entered into the nebula. "Is that how you do it?" When the others saw this scene, they looked surprised. They watched as Yi Wuchen's illusion went into the nebula. Then, countless amounts of sword will appeared, flowing with the sword will within the nebula. That's really ambitious. The pupils of everyone else watching narrowed slightly, but most of them were waiting to see what would happen next. Before this, someone else had also tried to do something similar to what Yi Wuchen was doing. He had expanded his divine consciousness to cover the vast space so as to envelope the entire nebula to comprehend the sword will within it. It was a very bold move, but the consequences were a tragedy. His divine consciousness suffered terrifying attacks and his souls nearly shattered. He had been severely injured. And now, Yi Wuchen was the second person who dared to use such a method. There was only one aim in doing such a thing: to swallow up the entire nebula. That was a very ambitious thing to do. Did Yi Futian teach him to do this? Before this, they had noticed that Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were in close conversation, and it seemed like Yi Futian had passed on everything he had comprehended to Yi Wuchen before Yi Wuchen finally decided to do this. So part of this decision must have had something to do with Yi Futian. Many eyes were now fixed on Yi Wuchen's body. Just then, a brilliant light exploded from Yi Wuchen's body. The divine light of the sword will was so gorgeous that everyone could sense an extraordinary aura. At the same time, the sword will that covered the nebula also exploded with an equally gorgeous glow, and it began to intertwine with the nebula slowly. Boom! An astonishing aura exploded from Yi Wuchen's body as if many beams of sword will were shooting out from inside him, threatening to completely shatter his body. Wisps of divine light flashed around Yi Futian's body, and green divine light wrapped itself around Yi Wuchen. It carried the intense presence of the great path of life. At the same time, Yi Futian fixed his eyes on the nebula as he comprehended the two sets of sword will within the nebula. Swordmaster of Lihan and Yaya and the rest were all staring rather anxiously at Yi Wuchen. This plan of theirs was a little crazy, but the two of them had really gone ahead with it. Wong. As the glow from the sword will covered the nebula, the glow of the sword will around Yi Wuchen's body also became brighter and brighter. His body was trembling slightly, and even his soul was beginning to tremble, but he felt that the decision that he and Yi Futian had chosen was the right one. After comprehending the various sword wills hidden within the nebula, they wanted to use this method to fully comprehend the sword truth inside the nebula. But if they were the slightest bit careless in doing this, they would pay a hefty price. This wasn't just a matter of whether his own body could take it, but more importantly, it depended on how deep their comprehension of this nebula was before this. Reality had proven that after he and Yi Futian had spent days comprehending the nebula, they had come very close to the sword truth hidden in the nebula. He had the chance to fully comprehend the whole sword truth within the nebula. They're not dead yet. The other cultivators were surprised to see what was happening. Did the two of them make the right choice after all? They didn't know that before Yi Wuchen embarked on this, Yi Futian had already briefly tried this method out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Yi Wuchen to do this. The frightening glow had covered the entire interstellar cloud. Yi Wuchen's body shuddered violently, and an enormous sword light exploded from his body. At that moment, the sword will that flowed around his body seemed to have become a river of swords. At the same time, the nebula started to shift and actually turned into a galaxy as it started to engulf Yi Wuchen's body. The glow wrapped itself around Yi Wuchen in an instant, but it did not swallow him up. On the contrary, the immense amount of light went straight into his body. The divine light from Yi Wuchen burst forth into the distance, lighting up the entire starry dimension as a powerful sword will blasted from within him. This caused everyone's heart to pound wildly as they stared fixedly at his body. Had he really swallowed the nebula? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,